What's up, everybody?
What's up, Steve? What's up, everybody in chat? Good to see y'all.
I'm Steve.
I told you my brother Steve was still alive. There he is.
I'm Steve Aloha. That's Ronnie York, and everything's good. Thanks for stopping by. See you next time. How do I end
it? Absolutely.
Okay. JM Garrett, emotional damage. American Pride, Ohio. Aloha, brother.
Absolutely. Hello, guys.
Not much going on. I just haven't been on in a few days and asked Ronnie if he was doing anything and said, why not?
Yeah, man, we had a long talk today in my little, my long, as it turned out, long video, which, I was planning to be real short, but it turned out real long.
Those are the best. As if Cindy Eve. Uh-oh, Rank can't hit the lake yet.
Come on, Rank. You know it's going to be good content. It's Steve and me. What else could it be?
Well, here's the content. Foster's is the best Australian beer. I can't even finish it without laughing.
Rink knows that's true. If anybody knows it. How's Cindy? As if. And beautiful Eve, of course.
Linda Guess. Wow.
And Linda. Hello, Miss Linda.
There we go. He'll hit it out of love.
Thank you, Rink, too. If you don't hit the like button, you're not only un-American, you're un-Australian. And you love Foster's beer.
And you'll be visited by shadow people. And you don't want that.
You sure don't.
Have you ever had that experience, a shadow person?
Mm-hmm.
You have? That's some scary shit, man. I was watching it late last night because I couldn't sleep. And that's not a good time to watch shit like that, because then you're trying to go to sleep and you're like, did I see something? That's just no.
Those are some of what I was seeing here in my house when all that haunting was going.
I remember that story. Okay. Yeah. That's what, okay. I don't know why I never put that together, but no shit. That's scary, man.
You know what never scared me though? It scares me more to watch it on TV than it does when it happened here. I damn sure don't want it to happen again, but it does scare me more on TV when I watch it than when it actually happened.
Yeah, I was watching some videos and that's
I know. I mean, seriously, Steve, they were literally walking in and out my door here. It was at night, and of course there's, light comes in, little light comes in through the windows and things. But I think I could have seen them if it had been completely dark. I mean, they were just walking around, like, wasn't nothing to it.
Yeah. That shit's creepy, man. I was watching one, and this dude is like sitting like I am but he's at like his kitchen table, and he had his phone, and he like looked like this. All the lights are on and everything. He's like, so then he like reached forward and he turned the light off, and then you see in the shadow thing, and then it just went.
And they can move.
Went around the corner and disappeared. I was like, "Whoa, fuck that, man!"
Yeah, I know it. Sends cold chills to your spine just thinking about it.
Oh, that's a mosquito.
It's just hungry. Wants a little bit of that blood from his soul.
That. Got that fucker. Got the blood and everything. Oh, that
Got
means he
blood
probably just bit me. That's probably my blood.
It is.
We'll find out in a couple of minutes wherever I start itching. What's up, Drip?
Hey, Drip. Well, that mosquito was just wanting a little bit of that blood so he could get the alcohol and wouldn't have to drink it out of the bottle.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to get me a buzz on.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. But Steve, we talked about everything today from twerking to working. I mean,
Twerking to
literally.
working.
Yeah, and Ed even had put them together, twerking.
Well, sometimes they are working when they're twerking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, particularly if you go into one of them strip joints, you get a nice, pretty girl up there twerking. Well, I guess some things are better to watch, but very few.
Right. I was
But
watching this other thing. Now that you got shadow people on my mind, but I was watching this other thing that was UFOs, and it was UFOs, Area 51, um, and how they have it's an airline that exists, but it doesn't exist. Like the government denies it, but there's pictures and they fly like 1,000 people in and out every day. And
no, okay.
the planes, it's just a white plane with a red stripe down the middle, like no name, nothing. And flies in and out to area. And you can track any plane. It's public information anywhere, but
Mm-hmm.
it's as
Mm-hmm.
soon as those planes get close to Area 51, it's just poof, gone.
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about. Believe it or not,
Janet, that's what they
Janet.
call it.
Yeah, yeah,
Janet, yeah.
Janet.
Oh, got to run court in the morning. Right on, as if. Much love, brother. Happy New
And
Year,
good
man. I
luck.
hope your New Year's going good and good luck in court. And yes, exercise your rights. They're like muscles. If you don't exercise them, you lose them.
Drip leaving too. Drip, y'all just got here. Y'all don't know what you're missing. Steve and me don't even know what we're missing.
You know, damn, now you're gonna get visited by shadow people too. Dang.
That's right. We're sending them right away.
No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Mm-mm. No, from a guy that's experienced them, definitely not.
Although there is that one time when I was like 20, 21, I lived in East Dearborn. I still don't know what the hell I saw, but I can still visualize it perfectly like it just happened 2 seconds ago. But my door was closed. I laying on my bed and I lived upstairs. It was like you walk in the house and the stairway goes up, and then there's a little hall, and there's a room and a room, and then like the attic. And then that was my room. That basically the whole upstairs was mine. My door was closed though, and I'm laying in bed and I'm looking, and it's pitch black. And all of a sudden, I could see the hallway and the stairs, and I seen this like creature like come up around the corner and look, and I'm just like, and then I jumped up like for like 5 6 seconds. I was frozen, like what the fuck am I looking at? And I jumped up and turned the light on, and my door was closed. So I'm like, one, how did I see the hallway and this like? To
Mm-hmm.
this day, I have no idea what that was.
Well, it could have been something like we was talking about a day or two ago, the sleep paralysis thing. And I'm not saying it was.
Right?
You could have actually saw it. Because I never would have believed in ghosts or anything like that until after my experience. And I have no doubt they exist now. People believe that or not, I really don't care. But I'm just
Right.
telling you, it damn sure
Well, I
happened.
mean,
I believe it happened to you.
it's the same thing like with like aliens for the longest time. They're trying to make people seem crazy if you're something wrong with you if but now they're just like, oh yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like so those people weren't, so I believe there's too much proof. It's way too
Damn
much
right.
proof.
Renee, hello,
Renee
darling.
Barnes. Aloha,
Butterfly.
Renee Barnes. Welcome.
Yeah, Renee was in my chat today. Holly sent her over. And so thanks, Renee,
Oh,
for
your friend of
saying.
Holly.
I'm sorry.
Right on, Renee. There you go. Any friend of Holly is a friend of ours.
Darn right. And thanks again to Holly for sending you over. And in case anybody misses today, Steve and I are going to do well, I hadn't okayed this with this lady yet, but I'm pretty sure we're going to do an interview with this lady probably this coming Tuesday night on my channel, RYRR. So I hope you guys will all be there. And this lady's got a pretty good story to tell. And it's not a long.
I don't hope you all be there. I'm just going to say you better be there or I'm going to be mad at you for 3 months.
Darn right. When you put that together, that's 6 months between the two of us. And then when you add in this lady that I'm talking about, that's 9 months. You can give birth in 9 months.
We're looking all the way to 2024 before you know it.
Absolutely.
That's a long time. That's a lot of shadow people.
It would be, wouldn't it? It would be. Damn sure would be.
Have you ever heard that story about the guy with he had that big like 9 foot round hole in his yard? And he said for the longest time he was just throwing like garbage in there and shit. But you could never.
You showed that one night on here.
Did I show that on here? Because see, I just watched it again last night when I couldn't sleep. That's weird when I watch shit in the middle of the night when I'm like half asleep but I can't sleep. And then the next day all that shit.
You're talking about the one that the government come in and closed down?
Yep.
Yeah, you played it, and then I played it on my channel a night or two later.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm suffering from that can't remember shit thing either.
Well, it's catch and see. We're hanging out together too much, I guess. Yeah, I think you ought to play it again, though. That was a good.
We're just doing the same shows over and over. Yeah. Don't even realize it. Go back and watch it. Oh, I already watched this one. No, this is a different date. Oh, it's the same thing.
That's a good video, though. It really is. I mean, I think it was better the second time around that I watched it than it was the first.
Yeah, it must have been for me too last night. Well, you know what? I think it was a different channel, maybe. Maybe it was. Yeah, because I remember now. Yep, it was a different channel. But the one I watched it last night was the Y Files.
Yeah,
really good channel. You should check it out. He's got like over 1 million subscribers.
I think I have watched it before. I wouldn't swear to it, but I think I have.
Yeah, he's really good. He puts a lot of like research and down to earth guy too. Let's just say he thinks with his right mind.
Wonderful.
If you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. He's
like the 9 foot pause had me worried there for a second. All right, on there you go, Jam. Thank you, Jam. So yes, that's the channel. Hopefully it'll be Tuesday. Ronnie's just got to confirm. Fab Daddy 44, aloha.
Yep.
Ancient.
And I did mention you quite a bit today, so I hope that this lady was. I hope she comes on in tonight. You know, in here, it'd be great.
Yeah, let me know if she pops in the chat here.
Well, I will.
We can confirm it now if she pops in. But yeah, that alien stuff was that Jam said. The alien stuff. I mean, even since I was little, but I just never talked about it a lot because then that was, oh, you're a little cuckoo if you believe in it, you know, and it's like, so I just never said nothing. But I guess I'm crazy then.
I've watched a bunch of that ancient alien stuff. You know, to me, I think that what they're saying is true and right on the money. But I wouldn't. To me, I don't call them ancient aliens. I call them fallen angels, is what I call them. But
well, because there's another one I was watching, and the ancient part which caught my ear is because there you go, Rank. That's actually a good idea. That would be you. You would be a great horror storyteller.
Yeah, yeah, I could throw in from time to time too, or maybe even a song just for Rink. But I never steal Rubber Ducky. Kara, hello, girl.
Carrie. Oh, you're not late, Carrie. We're just getting started. But oh yeah, but the ancient part is because I was watching this other one where I don't remember the years, but like in the mid 70s or late 70s, early 80s, something that they found that the government had like their own UFO or whatever, like spaceship saucer, and reverse engineered and that. But then they found out they had it since the 50s. So it's like if they had it that long and kept it quiet that long, and now it's 2020s, like are we actually seeing UFOs, or is that just the government testing out their? I mean, we know there's UFOs, but
Yeah,
are we seeing an actual UFO, or are we seeing the government testing out
I think
what
we
they
see
stole
both.
from?
I think we see
Yeah,
both.
probably, yeah, yeah.
Have you ever looked at what Germany had during World War II?
That's one of the ones I seen last night. Yeah, it even had
Okay.
the thing we can't say, the man
Yeah,
with the mustache symbol
yeah.
on the side of it.
They literally had these things though flying in Germany. I mean, there's videos of them coming in to land.
Yeah,
But this was
I
before the
believe.
end of World War II.
Yep, I believe you, Rank.
Oh,
I
so do
believe
I.
you 1,000%.
Oh, they're everywhere now. I mean,
I'm,
people are
if
seeing them
anything,
everywhere.
I'm just jealous because besides that one video I got, you know which one I'm talking about, where I took Pablo for a walk and I just recorded.
Hmm.
Besides that, that's his closest, and that was just a light.
But that was a
So
great
that,
one, though. That was a great one. You know what I
yeah, I'm
think?
surprised it still only got like 100 views.
I still think you need to send that off to one of them UFO guys.
I
People that
do.
do research into it.
I
But
really
what I
need to. I
think
keep
that could have
forgetting
been,
about that.
Steve, was not if it wasn't say a craft of some kind. It could have very well been an angel flying because the way it was moving and darting and everything. You'd think
Yeah,
that would
what?
take, yeah, you'd think that would take somebody that's in total control of like their body or something. And it was so small.
Yeah,
Man,
that's true
that's a
too. It
good
was
video.
small, and plus the way that cloud looked like something, looked like a dog or a cat, or just the way,
Yeah,
like,
grinning, like it had a grin on his face.
yeah, I should pull that up.
You should,
Let me
yeah.
see. Go to
If anybody hasn't seen it, it's a good one.
Steve Harloha. Who's this Steve Harloha guy? Let's see what videos he's got.
I've heard of him before, but
Oh,
I
that's
didn't
right.
get a good
I put two of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one I put has 148 views. The second one I edited it, but I didn't like edit as in change filters or anything like that. I just zoomed in closer. I can't
Wish I'd have got that
remember.
kind of video. I'd be a happy sucker, man. I'm telling you.
I
I'd have
remember
done
now
sent
because
it
yeah,
off to.
after I watched the first one, I noticed something else. So then I edited the second one to point out what or I'll play the first one. Hold on. Sorry, I'm talking over you. I didn't mean to.
No, man, you're cool. No
I
problem.
get so into this alien shit. That's why I kind of laugh when people are like, "Hey, the Earth is flat, it's round." It's like, who gives a shit? There's other stuff out there that's whatever. If it's flat, round, rectangular, square, whatever, triangle. What about this other shit that's flat in the sky? What am I doing here? Oh, present. Aaron, present.
Carol Bree says Kissoff said they were watching the speaker one alone. You mean the one today, Kissoff?
Oh, what's that? Carol Bree was watching that. Oh, yeah. Along with Ronnie. I think that's what we were talking about before we came on.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Turn the volume on. Let me know if it's echoing or anything, and I'll just mute myself, but it shouldn't. I don't have my mixer plugged in, so it shouldn't.
Down, I will never hold back. Success up on my mind, and I want it so bad. I will never hold back.
See that right there? Boom.
Put it on full screen, Steve.
Oh. What the hell's going on?
Can you put it on full screen?
So real quick, originally I was taking Pablo for a walk, and all I was noticing was the eye, like a mouth. I was like in like an ear and maybe another. I was like, dude, that's the weirdest looking cloud, and it's so I wasn't even thinking about what's coming up. What is going on with that? Right there. See it? And then it just goes swoop. And then it comes back. Oh, what is this right here? I didn't even notice that before. What is that? You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
I never noticed that before. Holy shit. Hold on a second. Look at that. I never noticed that.
Sinking down slowly.
Wow, dude. How many months ago was this? I never noticed that. I'm going to have to make a third video now. Holy shit. And then it goes pop back in right here. That's why I edited zoom in. Bam. So yeah, that's the closest I've seen. And I wasn't even looking for it. I didn't even notice it. So after I took Pablo for the walk, and I got home to watch the video because the cloud.
Did you ever get Pablo's opinion of it?
Yeah, he was like, "Are we going back out for another walk? Because I got to shit again." But yeah, so the whole walk, that's all I seen. I didn't see the light until just now. I didn't even see that thing up here. But and then I came home and I'm like, I gotta watch it again because that cloud is so weird. Because when I got home, it like all moved along and it didn't look like that anymore. And when I was watching it, I'm like, what the fuck is that? But just like now, this is crazy. Yeah, right there. But then 2 minutes ago, I never noticed that right there. And it slowly goes down. Oh shit. Wow.
Hey, Steve, look at the picture. Look at the face of this little puppy or whatever. It's got a nose. It's got two eyes. It's got 2 ears, a mouth. It's got a chin.
That crooked smile right there.
Yeah. I mean, look at that little nose.
And then it's even got the ears like right here. And then you got the nose.
How often do you see any picture like that well defined in a cloud?
I mean, that's the only reason I started recording. Literally the only reason. And the weird thing too, that is kind of, I mean, because it looks close, but that it's not. It's like right above Pearl Harbor.
That's what's weird about it. Well, that and the fact that it's the only cloud in the sky. I mean, you don't see any other clouds around it. That's the only one standing out in the perfect face. Perfect.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right, because I remember that night too, and there wasn't any other clouds. It was just that. in this one section.
You know, even if you were shining a searchlight on it, it couldn't have brought it in any plainer. I mean, my goodness, it's just a perfect face.
That's weird.
And then the spacecraft or whatever it was that come flying through it just is that much more interesting.
Is the what? I didn't hear the spacecraft that flying through it. Then what?
It just makes it that much more interesting.
Oh yeah, I'm like in shock right now because this part. How many months ago did I do this video and I just now noticed it?
Oh shit, that's been what, 3, 4, 5 months ago?
Yeah, at least minimum 3.
I can't remember if I remember seeing it or not. Probably not.
This was 6 months ago.
Was it? Okay.
Dang, 6 months ago. Here, I slowed the playback speed down. Here, I'll mute it because it'll probably mess up the music.
Drizzle Stank, what's up?
Drew, what's up? Drizzle Stank. Yeah, anyone that's not subscribed to Drizzle Stank, you gotta go check out his channel. Great dude. Really great dude. Yeah, look at that. That blows I'm like in shock right now. That blows my mind. I never noticed that.
It's slowly sinking. Like a marshmallow or something in a glass of milk.
And then all of a sudden it pops up over here. Oh shit. I'm like super happy right now because I noticed that. And then what does it do? And then it's right there. And then you can kind of see it. And then it just like pops up over here, or is this a different one that pops up over here?
Good question. I don't know. I had to watch it about 1,000 times to. Looks to me like it's still over in his right ear, but I don't know. You know, I mean, it's still slowly moving, you know.
But then all of a sudden right here, that's when I zoom in right here, you notice something behind the cloud. Right
oh,
there.
Yeah, there it comes.
But then see how fast, and this is, I slow motion, like it's slow motion now, but I even slow motion it down when I edited it back then. Look how fast that goes.
Yeah, well, and it don't only make that one turn, it makes one to the left and then back to the right when it comes out of the forehead.
It goes boom right there and then.
Yeah, see that little S it made? Like a snake.
And even when I made this video, I had to slow it down because it happened so quick that if I didn't slow it down, you've been like, whoa, we're looking at a cloud.
Goes right over the nose. And tell me that ain't a perfect nose for a puppy or a cat. Either one.
It looks like a kitten right there. The nose. Right.
Look how bright that is.
Yeah, right there. It looks like a kitten. Look at the eye.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Kitten nose.
But look how bright that is. I mean, that would have to be something that's giving off its own light. It's not like the light is reflecting off of it because it's coming out of a cloud, number one. Number two, it's dark.
There's not really anything for it to reflect off of.
That's
There's
right.
no like spotlights or nothing, you know.
And you can tell it's hauling ass because all the little lights behind it, you know, the camera's trying to keep up.
Yeah, and plus right now, I have it at 0.5 speed. When I made this video, I slowed it down as much as I could. I had to do it with my phone. But what is this? Hold on. I want to see. Did you just take this now, Eve? Here, hold on. Let me
What is it?
Did you just take this now, Eve? Eve sent me a picture of If you just took that now, that's really crazy. If you just took this now.
Oh, Eve got done a little UFO divest. Oh, she said no.
Oh, not just now. Okay. But hold on, I'm gonna.
It was a few years ago. But either way, she's been out doing some UFO investigating herself, huh?
Yeah, let me I'll try to pull this one up too. That's pretty cool. Not necessarily UFO, but looks like an angel or something, or
oh, though I think those are very interesting.
Let's see. Let me go pull that up.
Gary, what's up, brother? Good to see you.
Gary, beer drinking Aussie. Sorry, guys, I haven't been looking at chat.
Steel and Tree, how you doing? Eric, what's going on, brother?
What's up, Eric? Aloha, brother. All right, let's see. Haven't done this before. Still trying to figure out this. Oh, I can't move it? Really? Why you?
What, did anyone cooperate?
Oh, there we go.
Absolutely. Y'all be sure and hit the like button. Everybody, someone ain't been hitting the like on mine. Y'all please hit the like button here.
Yeah, should we give him a quick reminder?
Hell yeah.
Let's give him a quick reminder. Should we give him the I like turtles or how dare you?
Oh, I like the how dare you one myself.
Well, that's what it'll be then. Right how on. Dare you not play the how dare you?
Hey, Hoodell.
Do it! Catch me outside, how about that? Do it! Do it! Do it! How dare you?
How dare you? So this is what Eve sent me. Is that full screen? Oh, there it is, full screen. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like an angel flying upwards.
Oh, that's as close as it can go in.
And look at it, and look at the arm there, if that's what you want to call it. It's got a trident, 3 fingers, which right is a symbol of you know who. Yeah.
Yeah. The head, I don't know, for some reason I keep seeing like a horse's head right here. You see that too? I'm looking at it.
I'm trying, but I see a horn coming out of his top of his head myself. One coming up and then it's going off making a Y.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I totally see like some kind of angel flying.
That's exactly what it looks like to me. Got the horn on top of his head, Y horn, and that what looks like a trident to me.
Right here is what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Wow, that's pretty cool, Eve.
Certainly is. Congratulations, Eve. Good catch. Even if you was drunk.
Hoot Owl, what's up? Sorry, guys, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Let me catch up. Let me go back. I think last time I looked was when Drew came in. Ed Hen, what's up, Ed? Linda, Fab Daddy.
By the way, his name is Twerking Hen now.
Twerking Hen?
Twerking Hen.
When that's I twerk, you twerk, you twerk. Hate to be a mood killer. but it's a human brain psychology that people look for faces in trees or faces in clouds. I used to make shapes from clouds lying on my ass. Oh, no buzzkill.
That's called parabolia or something like that. But yeah, we all do that. But that's, I mean, that's plain as day, the face of a dog or a cat, one or the other. I mean, no doubt about it.
I should know what that's called because, well, it has been 20 plus years, but I took a online college course for psychology because I've always been interested in like, am I crazy the way I think, or is everyone else crazy, or are we just all crazy?
Well, everyone else is crazy. I mean, that's all there is to it.
Well, if I'm normal, then we're all in trouble.
That's the way I look at it too. For me, I mean.
Hoot owl, kiss off, my brother Gary. Good to see you. Happy New Year, man. I hope you and your awesome daughter Crystal are having a great New Year. Tell her we said aloha. I'm scared of his daughter, Crystal.
I would love to meet her, and have her as my bodyguard.
Cool. She reminds me of my sister Stacy because she's like one of them chicks that don't take shit from nobody, and she looks like, and she's hot too. No offense, Gary. It's a compliment, but you can tell she can handle her own. She could kick the shit out of you if she wanted to.
Yeah, I did my best that day. The only time I ever saw her, I tried to get him to hang on to her when she came in there just for a second, on camera, but he wouldn't do it. Because she definitely brightened up the picture.
Yeah, she's a lot of fun too. But she intimidates me though. But literally, just like my sister was, my sister intimidated me too. My sister was very, very beautiful, and like I always said, my sister was a bad bitch, which is a compliment in Detroit. I'm not calling her a bitch. It's a, But you did not want to fuck with my sister, man. She would kick your ass.
So you kind of carried her around as your bodyguard, did you? When you could?
Yeah. She beat my ass a couple times, and a couple times I was like, I didn't want to hurt her. But then it's like, oh my God, because she won't quit. She would not stop. She would keep going until like either you were dead or knocked out. And it's just like, stop, it's over. Just stop already.
Well, I had some pretty crazy sisters myself. I had 4 sisters. I only got one left. But those 4, believe me.
You were the only boy?
No, there were 4 boys and 4 girls.
Oh, okay. Let's say if it was 4 girls and you were the only boy, then
no, I'd never survived.
Either that or you'd be walking around going, "Hi, I'm Ronnie. Nice to meet you."
Exactly. But as it is, I learned to love girls. I mean, thank God. Love me some females. I just love them.
No, like me too.
I loved them, everyone.
To all the girls I've loved before,
who traveled in and out our door.
Oh, all right, Eric. Good seeing you, man. Happy New Year, brother. And much love and aloha, and hopefully we see you again soon.
Absolutely. Be cool. Well, it ain't hard to stay cool nowadays. I don't know. Where is Eric from? What state?
I'm not sure because I think he used to live out here. I'm pretty sure because he I hope I'm not having him confused with someone else, but I think he used to live in the same city that I live in right now. I'm not
He's
sure.
Eastern Tennessee. Okay, well it's pretty cool there too these days.
But you did live in Hawaii for a little bit though, didn't you? I hope I'm not confusing you with someone else. What's up, Long Island? Aloha.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Good evening. I'm going to say good afternoon. But yeah, Tennessee has been pretty cool here lately, just like most of the country has. So it's not hard to stay cool, is my point.
That's what it is. Okay.
Oh, Aunt and Uncle live in Hawaii.
Man, I heard it was expensive in Hawaii. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right.
So what I heard,
You
you
ever
got to
watch Zeducation?
What?
He's got his name of his channel is Zeducation. Like education, but with a Z at the beginning. And he does, what is it? Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. He has a video. And it's kind of like a try not to laugh or don't be offended. And Tyler said, thank you, JM. That's what it is. I got a quote.
Well, does he teach about shadow people?
No, he makes fun of the libs, basically.
Oh,
but today it's basically just a bunch of clips from the internet, one of those type deals. But one of them today, I forgot the name of the dude. Jam, you might know this, where that guy goes around and asks people like real simple questions, and they don't, like who fought in the Mexican-American War, and they're like, China, and no matter what they say, the guy's like, yes.
I know.
No matter what the answer is.
I have seen it. I just didn't know the name there at first. Yeah, I watched him.
The one today, he goes, what country is Hawaii in? And it's just like, what country? Oh, I don't even know. He's like, just guess. Just guess any country. What country is Hawaii? She's like, I ain't even trying to guess that. I don't know what country. I don't even know that. I'm not even going to guess. And it's like, which cracks me up because when I first moved here, it cracked me up because people would actually be like, oh, you got a passport? What does that have to do with going to Hawaii? Like, one, no, I don't have a passport. Why would I need one?
It'd be like, it's kind of like going from Texas to Oklahoma. I mean,
Right. Yeah. It's like,
a lot farther, but I mean.
You live in Texas and you're like, hey, I'm moving to Tennessee. You got a passport? What does that have to do with going to Tennessee? What?
Not a damn
thing.
I
see you say, though, something about AstroTurf. Yeah, because Jake, the ones that moved to Arizona before, when he was still here and he was working for that AstroTurf company, and it really looked like, it wasn't like that cheap fake grass. I mean, it really looked and felt like real grass. And yeah, right there it is. I was like, hey, just to do our backyard, what do you think? And that's the same number he told us. I was like, yeah, nah, never mind. I'll just cut it or just let it all die and not cut it. But he's like, yeah, we'd have to, we'd have to get like dozers back there and like level everything. And he's like explaining like the whole 9 yards of everything that's involved. And I'm like, I'll just put some new grass seed down for $40.
Rick one sent us a picture, but in an email, but I didn't. I mean, I just looked at mine. Hadn't got it yet. Have you got a picture from Rink One yet?
Let me look.
This went to the spam folder or something. Which I saw
mixed in with all 51,130 emails that I haven't looked at yet.
Oh yeah, here it is in my spam.
Oh, I got it. Yep.
Well, yeah, I'll just let you show it then. Well, I mean, you had show it anyway, but I'm just saying. That is, if it can be shown. If it can't, well,
Nope, I got it. I could pull it up right. Cloud face pic. There it goes.
Oh,
there you go.
What a nose, man.
I'm not seeing it.
Get a full head of hair blowing behind it, and one heck of a nose. You see it, Steve?
No, I'm not seeing it yet. You're talking right here, right?
Yeah, right at the front of that big white cloud.
Oh man, what's wrong with me? I'm not seeing it yet.
Got a big old nose. You can see the eyes, or the right eye.
Oh no, okay, no, okay. Now I see it. Now I see it. So this is like my nose. And then
that nose make your nose look like it ain't a nose. I mean, this is
like
nose.
the eye. And then there's the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And then
you got the hair on top of his head.
Blowing in the breeze.
Mm-hmm. Got the eyebrow.
Wow. I wonder how come it took me so long to see that? What the hell? I did a little slow today.
No, the nose got me. I mean, I could see the nose right away, and then just the rest of it came into focus after that. Yeah, that's a good picture.
It's weird because I got this blown up so big on my monitor, and then when I looked at it on my phone, I seen it right away where it's smaller.
Good catch, Rank A1. Yes, but the farther you zoom in, the better you can see it.
I wish I could zoom in more. That's as far as it'll go.
You can even see the eyebrows. Like it's got eyebrows. Go back up, Steve. Yeah, see, it's got little clouds.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's his other eyebrow on his left side.
Yep. Maybe even a mustache, but it looks like the mustache is on the left.
You can see his lips perfect. He's like got his mouth closed. There's his bottom lip.
See his eyes? And with close up like that, you can see both eyes.
Oh shit! And you took that picture, Rank? What's up, Too Tall?
Salt, hello, girl.
Salt and light.
Nancy Pelosi just flew by there. That's her wake. She left a hell of a wake.
What's up, buffering?
Buff.
Uh-oh. Long Island done lost his ranch at Holly's. What happened, man? What happened?
Say what?
That's a cool picture.
It is. Congratulations, Rank A1. That's a good one.
Even without the face, that's a great picture.
That nose makes it stand out, though. I'm telling you. Even if you're not looking for anything in the clouds, you're going to see that nose unless you're totally blind.
Right. That is the first thing I noticed, but I just didn't see the face. I just noticed this piece sticking out.
That's a cloud all by itself, a big cloud. Dude's how tall that looks like his old girlfriend. You should have hung on to her, Too Tall.
With a nose like that.
Yeah,
those are the kinds where you pull the covers over your head and hold them down and just let loose. You know she's going to get a whiff.
With a nose like that, you wouldn't even have to pull the covers over. And just you could probably pick it up 2 blocks away. Yeah, that one was a good one. I got to admit, that was a good photograph.
Oh, Ren K1 actually did. Okay, that's cool.
Darn good photograph, but it still wasn't as good as I'm looking for something to beat Steve's video. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm excited about my video now because until just a little bit ago, I never noticed that other part.
Oh, hey, Saul, what was the name of that guy that you told Steve to send that video to the first time he showed it? I know his name, but I can't ever remember his name. That's
what you're talking about. Because I went and subscribed to him, and I actually just watched one of his videos yesterday, and and I still can't remember the name. Damn it.
Well, I watched him
I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember his name. But yes, these guys, they could take these things, you know, and blow them up and, you know, give everything a different color and all that kind of good stuff. Marzulli, Leo Marzulli, right? So,
oh, no, that's not who I was thinking of, but shoot, I got to
well,
write
there's
that
two
down.
of them. There's two.
The other one's the one I'm thinking of, but Marzulli. I didn't know that one. Marzulli. Is it? I'll definitely check that out.
I haven't watched Marzulli in a long time, but I used to watch him all the time.
Here's the other one. Let me make sure the playback's at normal. Quality. Oh, just deleted the whole video.
Do what?
I will never back down. I will never hold back.
So this is just the second video I did, basically the same, but after I put the first video out, I didn't notice a couple things. So this one I kind of focused in on that. But then when we just rewatched the first one today, I noticed something else. But wow,
success up on my mind, and I want it so bad. I will never hold back.
That song right there on the intro, that was you know how at the end of the year you get your thing of from Google, your most listened to music and all that shit.
Uh-huh.
That name of that guy is High Res, and I listened to him like more than anything put together all last year.
Kind of like that guy, do you?
Yeah. See, that right there was the that's what we just got done watching from the first one.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went back and watched the first one, I noticed. See, we didn't see that on the first one, how it comes down and hangs out right there. The first one, it just went.
Yeah.
And then when I rewatched it, I noticed there was another light in there. It hangs out. And then it shoots back up. We didn't even notice it when we watched the last video, the original.
I'm still not. I mean, I see the one.
Yeah, see how much. I wish I could zoom in. I'm sure there's a way, but. Yeah, kind of like you, and then it shoots straight up. There it is up there again. There it goes. I didn't notice that. That's the original one. We didn't. Right there, and then it goes up.
Yeah, that one I see, but you know. I'm not saying a second, but I'll tell you what I do see that I just now noticed is right from that point, right where you're at right now. Look at the top of its head. It's got little dots all around, little clouds all around the top of it. Looks like a crown. You see those clouds up there? Little puffs of clouds?
Yeah, these ones?
Yeah. Looks like it's got a crown of some kind on or something.
And this little dot right there, that's the one I just noticed in the last video we watched that I didn't notice till just today.
Yeah, and it's coming out of one of those little puffs of clouds. That makes it even more interesting to me.
Let's see if
Charlie, what's going on, brother?
Charlie, aloha. Travis, aloha.
Oh, Travis Joe's here. We got to go off now. We've reached our goal for the night. One Travis Joe a night.
Eve, I know Eve. I'm trying to zoom in too, but can't.
Oh yeah, it'd be great if you could zoom in on any part of it, particularly the when it's first coming out, when it's sinking down, you know, real slow, and then when it's coming out. But like I say, any part of it, really. I think he caught a fantastic video there myself.
I think I have another video from the same night, but I didn't even put that in there because I'll have to look later. It'll take too much time right now, but I think I have another video that I didn't even put in there.
But we need to tell everybody now. I know everybody in the world, or a lot of people, don't believe in UFOs. So just putting this out there right now. Steve don't know how to fake a damn thing. So
that's very true. Very true. I can't even pretend like I know what I'm doing. So
I certainly don't know how to fake anything. I'm doing good to be able to do a real thing.
Do you have a Skyview app of any sort? I'm like seeing weird stuff and nothing able to identify it. I don't know what a Skyview app is.
What does that mean, a Skyview app? Does it mean like you're looking from the top down?
Yeah, kind of like how they have like Google Earth and stuff, and you can like zoom in on. Is that what you're talking about, Drew? Or that's what I'm thinking of anyway when you said that, but yeah, buffering. I can't believe that was 6 months ago. Shit. But I'm definitely going to look up this Marzulli guy and send it to him.
Yeah, he'd be a good guy to send it to. There's also another one that he works with, and I can't remember I can't remember anybody's damn name. Now, I certainly can't remember that guy's. I couldn't even remember Marzulli.
If your name wasn't on the screen, I'd be like, who's this guy I'm talking to?
I know it. That's why it's very important to have names up there.
I'm excited for him to come back for me now because I heard they're not doing the probing thing anymore. So I'm like, I'm ready. Now that you guys aren't doing that. No, it's like the only thing on my mind now is like UFOs and ghosts, because like from 1 a.m. to like 3:30 a.m. last night, I was just watching the Y-Files and time traveling.
Those time travel, very interesting subjects.
Yeah, and then one guy was saying something like, it didn't make sense to me because he was like, it's been proven that it's scientifically proven we can time travel into the future, but not to the past. But it's like, that doesn't make sense. Because like, if you can time travel into the future, then what? You go to the future and you're stuck there? You'd have to come back. So if you came back, then you're time traveling to the past. I don't know.
Yeah, and I heard a version of this. I'll tell you the version I heard. That is that the reason and some people say that there have been people that travel back in time, but the reason they don't want to go back in time is because if you do one thing wrong, you could change the whole future. You know, even though it seems insignificant.
Right.
And so no one wants to chance it. If I could travel anywhere, I'd want to go back in time, you know, and and change the rotten things I've done in my life. That, I mean, the future, got to take care of that. So,
right. And you're right, Rank. That was something else I was watching too. They said that there's no way in hell that we're the only living. Like, there's just no way in hell.
look at it this way. How could there be just one rink in the whole universe? Just one? God, I hope there ain't any more, but I figured there probably is.
I was so relieved when I found out there was only one.
And only one Rubber Ducky song.
Rubber Ducky, you're the one.
We love you, Rink.
I'm gonna think of. I don't think I have watched Charlie's song this week. Did you watch his?
I haven't either. I hadn't
every
watched
Tuesday. Every Tuesday, Charlie Gabaldon, very good dear friend of ours.
He certainly is.
Puts out a new video. Ooh, Morgan Whalen.
Charlie says, I hope you guys are friends. If not, I've sure been wasting a lot of my time.
So here is Charlie Gabaldon's video this week. Definitely go check out his channel. Definitely subscribe. Maybe if we could hear it, it'd be better.
Used to talk about getting here further south. Summer lasted years. Probably got a big old diamond on your hand right now. Maybe a baby or a couple by now. Long driveway to a big white house. But I wonder when you're dragging your few. My Joseph taking a bite. They're both from East Tennessee. And I knew we both knew better. We still said forever. That was 7 summers ago. Southern comfort where we done all just younger than old. Back when you used to love the river, sipping on a sixer with me. Does it make you sad to know there was 7 summers ago? Yeah, but your daddy's so proud. How's the little girl turned out? Think she dies aboard of a good old boy like me. I still go drinking with my friends on Friday. Bought a few wickets, couple of rolls on the high. Think she never saw me while anyway. Wonder when you're dragging your few. Find yourself thinking about they're both from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better. We still said forever. That was 7 summers ago. Southern comfort will be the more just younger than old. Back when you used to love the river, sipping on a sixer with me. Does it make you sad to know there was 7 summers ago? Ooh, 7 summers ago. 7 summers ago. But I wonder when you're dragging a few, find yourself thinking about they're both from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better. We still said forever. That was 7 summers ago. Southern comfort will be the more just younger than old. Back when you used to love the river, sipping on a sixer with me. Does it make you sad to know there was 7 summers ago? Ooh, 7 summers ago. If you guys like that, give it a thumbs up. Till next time, see you in the funny papers. You know, I just thought about this. Love me, darling, come and go with me, and please don't send me way beyond the sea. And I need you, darling, so come go with me. Come into my heart, into me, darling. We will never part, and I need you, darling, so come go with me. Yes, I need you, yes, I really need you. Please say you'll never leave. Please say you'll never, yes, you really never give me a chance.
Right on, Charlie. So yeah,
Oh, that
everyone
was
make sure you are subscribed to Charlie Gabaldon.
darn right. That was absolutely fantastic, Charlie. I think that's one of the best ones I've heard. And I mean, all of Charlie's are great, but that one, I'm sincere, that was a great one. Thank you, Charlie. Man,
886 subscribers. He only needs 120 or 114 more.
Great. Boy, you done a great job on that one, Charlie. I mean, fantastic. Congratulations, brother. You could have sung that one when you was on with us. Before your voice went out again.
Heather Joy, aloha.
Oh, beautiful Heather. Hi, Heather.
Yes, he definitely needs thousands. Thousands and thousands.
Yeah, I think Charlie should earn at least 100 for every song he puts out. I mean, Charlie's great, and he's a great guy too. I mean, you know, so it's all, but just for his singing, you know, forget the fact he's a great guy.
Yeah, forget all that nonsense.
Yeah, well, who cares? Yeah,
we like cursed Charlie the first night he came on Ronnie's panel.
we undoubtedly did, and I hate that. Darn it.
We were like, sing more, and he's like, I got my throat. We're like, shut up and sing. But I can't. Shut up and sing. And then he disappeared for 2 weeks, and it's all our fault.
Yeah. And then when he came back, the same thing happened basically. And plus, not only did his voice go out, but his ears went out too. We love you, Charlie.
As long as nothing else goes out.
Yeah. Charlie is serious. He's a great guy, no doubt about it. And darn sure a great musician.
Yeah, we were a little pushy, but hey, when you get something good, you want more, right?
That's right.
Travis, what's wrong? Sing, bitch. It's not sing, Travis. It's not sing. How do you say it, Ronnie?
Sang. You get it? Well, now Charlie sings. When I do it, it's singing.
Oh, that's the difference. All right. So I guess I sang too then.
Yeah, me and you sang. We try to sing, but we wind up singing.
Sometimes I end up howling.
But you know,
I know I'm doing bad when Pablo comes up and starts like doing the stretch out, but like putting his paws on my leg, like, please shut up. Stop.
But Steve, here's the thing. As long as our fans love us, what else can we ask for? As long as we're selling these millions of recordings, and getting filthy rich,
You know.
Charlie says singing is better. I don't know about that, Charlie.
Here you go. I believe that too, Rank. I was actually gonna bring that up earlier, but I got all into that video I did 6 months ago. But I've seen videos too where they catch and then that thing's just like, and then it just goes right into the ocean, doesn't even slow, and then just, yeah. I've heard stories too about, like we were talking about that hole in the ground earlier.
Yeah, have y'all seen the video of this thing, whatever it was, came down from, I guess, from space? It goes into the ocean and it leaves tracks of, I don't know how many miles long they were, because it was doing a underwater crash landing, I guess. And they took pictures of this thing. It looks like a giant, it looks like it's made out of stone, but it's got a staircase on it. And this happened twice, if I remember correctly. Or there's two of them.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Look it up tomorrow and see what you think of it. I don't remember the name of it, but like I say, it looks like it's made out of stone. And when it came in the ocean, it's like it crash landed. You see the tracks across the bottom of the ocean that it made or that it left. And they don't even know when this happened. But yeah, I think aliens are more likely to, or as likely to live under the ocean as they are in outer space myself. I mean, that's what an octopus is, in my opinion.
I highly believe that that they, space too, or whatever is up there.
Yeah.
But the ocean and underneath us too, for sure. Because I mean, look at all the shit that's going on underneath us that we already know about. Underground tunnels and magnetic rails where you can get from New York to California in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, if that long.
The what are they? The dumbs and all that shizno.
Yep, that Holly explained her experiences are pretty good.
Heather Hatch.
What you do?
She sent me their 5th grandbaby. Sent me a
picture. Yeah,
beautiful baby.
Yeah, she showed me that earlier today on my live. Yep, very beautiful grandbaby.
That's awesome. Congratulations, Heather. I gotta find that. I want to find that video now that you were what is type UFO.
But for now, we'll have her on again at some point. But I want her to have enough time to collect her thoughts on other things that happened to her. And in the meantime, I'm gonna have a lady named D-Drone. Charlie says, you guys are talking about the depths of the ocean. I can't even bend down to pick up a penny on the floor. I know where you're coming from, Charlie. I know where you're coming from.
I can't find it.
I wish I knew what the name of it was, but it's been a good 6 months since I saw it, or longer probably. Salt, do you know the video I'm talking about where the big spacecraft that looks like it's made out of stone hit the ocean, and on the ocean floor it left tracks, and then there's a staircase coming down off of it? I don't know if Salt's seen it or not, but maybe.
Look at this one that popped up. This caught my eye because it said UFO seen crashing into ocean near Hawaii. Prompts calls to 911, FAA. This was 2 years ago, but see, how come I ain't never seen no shit like this?
You're in the wrong part of Hawaii, I guess.
Aviation Administration say there were no aircraft incidents or accidents in this area Tuesday night, but multiple witnesses report seeing a large blue object fall out of the sky and into the ocean.
Something is in the sky. What is that?
This video was taken by Misitina Sape at 8:26 Tuesday night near Haleakala Avenue in Nanakuli. Not long after, a woman named Mariah spotted the same thing passing over Princess Kahanu Estates.
And then I was like, oh, started calling my husband in because it was all in the garage. I was like, hey, look up there.
Look up there.
They all said, yeah.
The 38-year-old says she's never really been a believer in UFOs, but the bright blue object had them so intrigued, they jumped in the car and started following it.
I don't know what it was. This one was going so fast.
The journey ended less than 3 miles from where it began on Farrington Highway in front of the Board of Water Supply building after the object appeared to drop into the ocean.
Oh, the going land in the water, whatever it is.
She described it as being larger than a telephone pole and says she never heard it make any sound.
We called 911 if I have like one cop or somebody for come out and come check them out.
While officers were on scene, she says they spotted a second light.
My husband went look up and he seen the white one coming. The white one was smaller, was coming in the same direction as the blue one.
They lost sight of the object after it passed over a nearby mountain. This morning, we asked Honolulu police if investigators figured out what fell in the water. A spokesperson told us they didn't have any information. Meanwhile, officials from the FAA said they received a report from police Tuesday night about a possible plane down in the area, but had no aircraft disappear off radars and no reports of overdue or missing aircraft.
UFO bar.
Although Mariah's had a couple days to think about it, she says she's still baffled by what she saw.
To this day, I don't know. If you guys can find out what it was, I'll let you know, you know what I mean?
Allison Blair, Hawaii News Now.
You know what's crazy about that?
What's that?
There's in Nanakuli, and 90% of on Nina's channel when we do the sunsets is in we go to Nanakuli.
Oh, really?
So yeah, that's like Farrington Highway. That's actually where was it? That don't look familiar. We've been there a few times.
I don't know. I've seen so many places y'all been. But you know what that craft looked like to me? Just that one view of it there. It looks like what's called the TR-3B, the triangular shaped thing.
Though, say that again.
It's known as the TR-3B.
TR-3B.
Yeah, it's what the police in several different cities saw. I believe it was in Ohio and Missouri. I mean, this thing was just floating across the sky. And a truck driver noticed it first. This has been a long time ago. And so he went to the police station and told them about it. Well, of course, they thought he was crazy or drunk or both. But they sent officers out to check it out. And sure enough, the cops seen it. And then another cop seen it. And then cops from other towns seen it, and this went on and on through several towns, and all the police reporting the same thing. But this thing was bigger than I don't remember if they said it was bigger than a 2 or 3 story house, taller, and very huge.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. The Black Manta. Is that the same one you're talking about?
I don't know if that's another name for it or not. I just always heard it called the TR-3B. The first time it was reported was in Iran. This is back, I believe, in the 70s. And they were chasing it with fighter jets and never even come close. their fighter jets and their radar were showing it, say, at one point, 1 second it'd be 10,000 feet in the air, and a second later it would be below the Earth's surface. So, I mean, that's just how crazy it can get.
Let me know if this is the same one you're, because this is what came up, TRB3 or whatever I typed in.
The United States Air Force has selected the Garden Isle for a new space squadron. The Air Force approved Barking Sands Pacific Missile Range facility as the preferred alternative for the Air National Guard's Space Control Squadron. This will allow the Air Force to create a new, highly technical squadron to monitor U.S. satellites in support of the national security space mission. The unit will also support 88 new Hawaii Air National Guard positions.
You know, this is
right here, right?
No, that's the fighter jet that we have that's invisible radar. But the TR-3B, there you go, right there.
This one right here?
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
I might have been saying it wrong. I think I was saying TR-3B. TRB.
No, you said TRB3.
Okay.
So it is just a picture of it the whole way.
Yeah.
It is funky looking though.
See if you can find the one where it took place in, I think it was Ohio. It could have been Missouri or maybe both.
Amsterdam.
And the first one that I remember was in Iran.
Let's see if you...
In the 70s, I believe.
And I ran so far away.
Yeah, TR-3.
In flight. Oh, here's one by CNN. That must be true, whatever they're talking about.
Oh, yes. It's got to be if it's by them. Absolutely got to be. If you run across one from Iran, that'd be the first one. That's a good story because it was their Air Force chasing it. And, you know, this is back when we were friends with them back in the 70s. Or early 80s, one or the other.
Let's see. What was that? No. Military. Yeah, I'll find something.
Yeah, tap into one about Iran. See if you can, because that's a good story there. TRB3 in Iran in the late 70s.
When U.S. Navy 69'd Iran.
69?
Yeah. This is a short. This is like a 30-second. 1970s. That's 2020. No. Nothing. Tense encounter with Iranian military. No. 1970s. No, that's not it either. Damn it.
I believe it was 1978 when when it was made, or when it happened. It was when the Shah was still a boss in Iran. That's the first encounter of it I remember ever hearing of. And like so, what made it so interesting is because it was their military that was pursuing it. And it was they had a detailed talk about it. Their top general or whatever at that time came out and openly talked about it.
Iranian Revolution, Iranian attacks, oil and Shah.
Did you type in TR3B over Iran?
Yeah, I put Iran chases TRB3. Maybe I should put TRB3 over.
Chap, what's going on, brother? Good to see you.
What's up, big chap? Happy birthday, brother. I was going to try to come up yesterday, man, but I had too much going on. And you were singing so good anyway, you didn't need any help.
Chap always sings good. He's a good singer.
That boy can sing.
He sure can.
Yeah, it's got all this different stuff about 1978, but nothing about the TRB3.
Well, they might have took it down. I don't know. It's been a long time since I watched it. And knowing, a certain, YouTube assholes, who knows what they...
Bizarre and scary flight. Oh, no, that's an actual Iran Air. What about Melbourne UFO mystery 50 years on?
They're probably included Rink 2. But, it might be interesting.
Yeah, it's just all about protest and revolution. Everything's got to be a secret.
Well, surely they didn't take this one. Well, I say surely. Who knows with YouTube? I'll help you look if you don't mind. Let me pull up the tab here and I'll look too.
No, yeah, if you can find it, definitely.
Let's see here. Let me pull this up.
Here's one new video shows mysterious flying sphere vanishing into the ocean, but nothing about a stairway.
Let's see.
Chilling evidence of UFOs in Ohio. I still want to find that one you were talking about with like the staircase or something.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
UFO hunters searching the ocean for UFO wreck.
That's probably
it. Yeah, that's like a whole 45-minute. It's like an episode. Yeah, it's season 1, episode 2. Those ones are dragged out, where everything's scripted and.
Yeah, let's see.
You know what'll happen? I'll finally end up seeing one, and I won't have my phone on me, or I won't be able to record it for some reason. Oh, that would drive me crazy. Like, I finally actually seen it. It was like right there. Prove it. I didn't have my phone. Or like all the Bigfoot sightings, It was blurry. It was too shaky. Why is it always shaky when it comes to Bigfoot? You're out there hunting Bigfoot. You're looking, searching for Sasquatch. And then every time it's like super shaky. It doesn't focus. It's like, when aren't you prepared? Didn't you know that's what you were going out there to do? Indy, aloha. Sorry, I haven't looked at chat in like 15 minutes. Independent Manny, aloha.
Shit.
Emotional damage is back. Ex bootlicker, aloha. Good to see you. Ex bootlicker is awesome.
Oh
Closed
yeah.
out the karaoke with the perfect song the other day. That was sweet.
I know the one I heard him sing Monday night was great. I don't remember what it was. It was a hell of a good job on it.
Oh, the ones he sang, yeah, they're all good. But I didn't want to go over 6 hours. So when we closed it, it was closing time. Da-na-na. I don't remember the words, but perfect song to end it.
Don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Here, I say.
Stranger danger. Stranger danger. You want to chat? Starting to think you didn't.
Steve, see if you can find it. It's the TR3B over Iran 1976, maybe. Let's see if that does the job. I'm looking in another place right now. So. But yeah, that one on the ocean floor. It's still pictures, best I remember, but they're darn good pictures.
Nebraska, ancient aliens.
Well, there's only about a gazillion of them on here, so.
No, nothing for that either. Iran. Oh, wait. Iran military intercepts alien UFO. That's
Probably
it, right?
That's gotta be.
Gotta be it. Okay,
Wonderful.
pull this up. Oh, I already have it. Sweet. I already got the share screen down here. Nice.
Is 1976. An Iranian F-4 Phantom fighter jet engages an unidentified flying object. The UFO is projecting multicolored strobe lights when suddenly it releases an object that shoots toward the Iranian pilots. The pilot.
It's not actual video though.
Maybe it'll go on into how long is the video, Steve?
Like almost 12 minutes, 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, I doubt that's it, but at least it gives an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah. He's definitely telling the story about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no actual.
No, because one I'm talking about, I mean, it's got the military guys and everything discussing it.
UFO, American military jet fight UFO.
I'll continue looking over here for a second then. Darn it, I was hoping that was it. Darn it.
Gosh dang it.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it no better my darn self.
Well, if that popped up in there, let's see. That was like the fourth one down. So maybe there's still. Top secret anti-gravity spy plane, TR-3B Black Manta.
That makes very possibly the same thing.
Dang, here's a 20-minute video of just UFO sightings caught on camera, a compilation of the internet's most divisive videos.
Most divisive? Oh, I got. I saw what you're saying. Okay. I don't know why they'd
Flaming
be
UFO over Canada. What the hell?
I wish I could remember all the names of. Well, I wish I could remember even one name of some of these videos I think of and songs that I can't sing. That I think of, but I just can't do it.
Oh wait, what happened in the skies above Iran in 1976?
Oh, that may very well be it. I hope. I'm a hoping and I'm a wishing and I'm a thinking and I'm praying, planning and scheming that we'll find this video.
We can do it.
Awaited disclosure by the Pentagon on US government sightings of UFO phenomena, it's easy to forget that such sightings and subsequent reports have been documented elsewhere in the world. In this video, we will investigate and dissect one of the strangest cases of unidentified flying objects, which occurred and was recorded over the skies of Tehran in the capital of Iran. September 19th, 1976. At approximately 12:30 a.m., the Imperial Iranian Air Force began receiving phone calls from citizens, objects, and odd-like crafts in the sky. The worrying accounts are assigned to Brigadier General Yousefi, who, after initially dismissing helicopters or fighter aircraft in the area at this time, so when Yousefi looks at the darkened skies and notices something other than the stars himself, the matter is immediately escalated and pilots are summoned for dispatch.
They're telling about the
1:30 a.m., Cherokee Air Base, Iran. Approximately 300 kilometers to the west of Tehran.
But it may not even be on the internet
Lieutenant
anymore.
Yadi Naziri of the IIAF is assigned to the U.S. development McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom II jet fighter. A two-seater aircraft, Naziri is appointed a backseat weapons officer to take to the sky and head for Tehran and the source of the unexplained bird-shaped figure. As the pilots approached the region, it is reported by the men that the object in the sky was instantly detachable and visible from almost 70 miles away due to its size and obscurity. One could imagine the scale and enormity of the craft if it was seen during the night from this vantage point. Forging ahead with the mission and preparing to engage the craft, the pilots will now face something more terrifying than just its size. With Naziri and his co-pilot entering the craft's immediate proximity at almost 30 miles distance, there is a sudden change in the handling of the F-4. As the men come face to face with their craft, their attention is drawn to the instant loss of communicative equipment and instruments relating to the intercom and the ultra-high frequencies, which until encountering the craft were working as normal. Losing such vital equipment function at such a vital time, Naziri and his weapons officer are all alone, with no one to hear them or help them should the object react to them being there. With no direct threat from the looming craft, and with the timing of the malfunction, Naziri makes the wise decision to disengage the UFO and head back to base. It's reported that after the pilots were out of the engagement radius of the craft, the communications returned to normal and began to function again. Both men made it back to the airbase safe and sound, but with a story to tell. Not long after the first attempted flyby and encounter with the ship, a second F-4 fighter jet is ordered to take flight and continue the mission. Another high-ranking squadron commander, Major Parviz Jafari, is entrusted with the second phase of the mission along with weapons officer Jalal Damirian to intercept the unknown entity. Even if these men didn't know what had happened on the first attempt, the sense of uncertainty would have been overwhelming to most of us, but the highly trained pilots of the Iranian Air Force were not satisfied until the matter was concluded. Major Jafari and Damirian proceeded to the same coordinates as their fellow navigators until they too came upon its dominance in the sky. It's reported that when the F-4 was in the range of 27 nautical miles of the spacecraft, which is approximately 31 miles distance in conversion, Major Jafari managed to get a radar lock on it and steadily moves towards the potential enemy. With the space between them closing in ever so shortly, it becomes clear what the men are facing. The lead pilot has since claimed that the craft was flashing with intense red, green, orange and blue lights, so bright that he was not able to see its body. Given the size, and that it was seen from almost 70 miles away during the night, the intensity of the multicolored lights must have been so bright and ferocious that it could well have blinded both men. The radar lock was still able to keep track of the ship as it suddenly started to move in retreat of the F4, keeping the distance at approximately 25 nautical miles. However, the radar was able to ascertain its scale when displaying its findings. According to the Department of Defense record, it was proportionate to that of a Boeing 767 tanker plane, which is 180 feet in length, with a wingspan of 156 foot. At this stage, it's evident that the men are facing a monumental, not to mention horrifying adversary in the skies of Tehran, and one can imagine the fear that would strike the pilots upon observation of this unidentified craft. Its capabilities, weaponry, and identification of who or what was controlling the craft was still unknown at this stage. All the men knew was that it was large, blinding, and able to move upon detection. It's worth noting the strong colored lights that emitted from the unidentified object, as it's reported that they flashed in a strobe-like manner at quick speed, lighting up in a rectangular formation that eventually lit up every color at once. The way in which it is described would have been unknown, and most likely unrealistic for its time amongst the Air Force and their allies. So what were the men seeing? Just like the first jet fighter, the F-Force communication...
They were seeing exactly what they thought they were seeing.
Exactly.
They just tried to cover it up so long.
Yeah, this is a good narration. You know, he's basically telling the story of what happened. And so I don't know if that means it's no longer up from the Iranian Air Force or not. But I definitely seen it from the Iranian Air Force.
Yeah, it's like everyone knows the story and everyone's telling the story, but it's like almost impossible to find.
Yeah, you can't find the official version that don't look like I said virgin. Virgin English.
The actual footage of it or whatever.
Wider than ever before.
Yeah,
and so the 1976 Tehran UFO incident can now safely be ranked amongst the strangest and haunting cases of all time. Thanks for watching this video. We hope.
Let's see. Oh, what Drizzle just put in there?
That wasn't even the full story. Because I mean, they're telling about it, like I said, about it being say 10,000 feet in the air 1 second, and then the next second it's 10,000. Shows to be 10,000 feet below the ground. On the Iranian Air Force's official version of it.
Let's see what Drew put in there. Alien ship landing in Africa. Oh, I heard about this. I heard this story before.
Oh yeah, with the little kids.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
That was a good story. How do I make this full screen?
Yeah, that's a good story itself. Beautiful V, what's going on? My beautiful V, my wife to be. I love thee. Didn't know I could rhyme like that, did you, V?
I don't know how to make that full screen. Oops. All right, let's see. I'll pull this one up. This is a good. I heard this once before, but it's been a while. I don't really remember.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I heard of it. Yeah, Buff, I'm getting old, and I'm definitely slipping, you know.
Started like any other day for the students at Mariel School, some 20 miles outside the Zimbabwean capital of Harare. It was a hot Friday morning, over 90 degrees Fahrenheit at 10 a.m., and the students, aged 5 through 12, were eager to get outside for their mid-morning break. It would be unlike any break they'd ever taken. Out in the schoolyard, a sound suddenly pierced the air like a high-pitched flute. The students turned their eyes skyward, looking for the source of the sound, and what they saw stunned them. There, in the sky above, were 5 mysterious disc-like crafts glowing red. The students watched in wonder as the crafts disappeared and reappeared in flashes of light. Without warning, one of the 5 broke off from the rest and began to descend, touching down a few hundred feet away on a hill just beyond the boundaries of the schoolyard. Though the students were not permitted to enter this area of thorny bushes and tall grass, their curiosity got the better of them and they rushed towards it. Suddenly, a small humanoid figure emerged from inside the craft. It appeared to be only about 3 feet tall, with a pale oblong face and huge eyes, like rugby balls, one student would say. It was wearing a tight-fitting, shiny black suit, and to the shock of the students, it began to move towards them. As it did, a second creature appeared on top of the craft, gazing down. Some of the students panicked and ran off screaming. Others stood spellbound, watching the creatures as the creatures watched them. The kids that remained at the site, staring at the beings, suddenly started to feel as if the beings were communicating with them telepathically. Several students saw visions of a global environmental catastrophe, while others saw Earth after all trees had been cleared and there was no breathable air left. It was as if the beings were trying to warn the children of the future of the planet if humanity continued its devastating policies towards the environment. Some students saw polluted oceans, while others received direct warnings of the use of our technologies and that we shouldn't develop our technologies too much as they may cause our extinction. Have you ever watched the documentary drama The Social Dilemma on Netflix?
Is that it?
In it, tech insiders
Hey, you can't fast forward or nothing.
I don't know what happened. What happened?
But I just remember that story was crazy because like all those little kids, every story matched up. So and little kids, if they're gonna lie, someone's gonna slip up, you know. But every one of their stories matched, and all the drawings were like, you know. So they definitely seen something.
It was a freaky story, no doubt about it. I mean, the whole thing. And it's I don't know how if you ever watched the original video, but I mean it's a pretty long video, and they're talking to all the kids. Let me see if I can find this. I'm looking at this other one that we was talking about earlier, Steve, the one that looked like a stone.
In the ocean?
Yeah. I wish I could remember the year, but I don't. Let's see.
How Greta Thunberg said, "How dare you?"
Oh, dear Greta.
Wait, she actually.
Do it! Check me out now, how about that? Do it! Do it! Do it!
How dare you?
How dare you?
I found a short version here, Steve. If you want me to, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, I'll put it on, and then if I can get it to shut up now. All right, now.
Shut your damn mouth.
I tell you what, I'll just let you do it. It's called let me look at the name again. The Baltic Sea anomaly.
Let me see. All right, what's it called?
The Baltic, or just Baltic, BALTIC Sea anomaly.
Anomaly, okay.
Yeah.
Is it 8 minutes, 52 seconds?
Nope, that'd be even better. This is only 4 minutes.
Yeah, here, well, I'll pull it up first, and because there's a couple of them.
Okay.
So there's that one that's almost 9 minutes, and then this is 4.5.
Yeah, the one there, right there, that's the one I was going to put up. But the one that you're talking about, that's the best one, I do believe. Of the two, anyway.
This one right here is 20 minutes. Wow.
Oh, well, that may be the original one.
7 months ago.
It's been longer than that since I saw it, but 20 minutes at least it'll give a good, or it should give a pretty detailed explanation of what it was and everything.
Yeah, we'll try this one.
Okay.
Try it.
Do it.
Do it. Do it now.
And hit the like button while you're at it.
Catch me outside. How about that? Maybe if I unmuted it would help.
The floor in the northernmost reaches. During the summer of 2011, a commercial dive team encountered a mysterious sonar contact straddling the sea floor in the northernmost reaches of the Baltic Sea. Since it was discovered, this object has continued to defy all attempts to uncover its origins. What exactly is the Baltic Sea anomaly?
Well, if we knew, we wouldn't be here trying to find out.
Love the commentary.
Bedtime stories? I don't want to go to bed.
Not yet. I'm waiting for the beautiful blonde to show up. Or redhead. Now pay attention, class. This is very important.
The ship's progress out to the dive site had been hampered by poor weather conditions and rough seas. And now, as it took up its prearranged position, the tension amongst the crew was palpable. On the deck, technicians worked quickly to get the ROV unloaded and in working order, ever conscious that the window for its deployment was limited. Below deck, Peter Lindbay and Dennis Orbay stared intently at the sonar screens, looking for confirmation that they were in the correct location. After a short time, a pair of large familiar shapes finally appeared on the screen, but there was little time available for either relief or celebration. Too much fuel had been expended in getting them to the location, and the approaching storm front suggested they might only get one decent pass over the target. After a few minutes, word came down from the deck crew confirming that the ROV was now in the water. As the operator's screen finally came to life, the members of the Ocean X team crowded around it, in anticipation of the first high-definition video footage of their discovery. A smothering silence fell across the control room, with its occupants each staring intently at the monitor as the depth counter on the side of the display steadily increased. Much as they had expected, the visibility in the waters beneath their vessel was poor, with the twin spotlights mounted at the front of the robotic probe struggling to penetrate the sediment-filled depths through which it was descending. Then, as the readout indicated that the drone had passed the 70-meter mark, things began to clear up. Off in the far distance, the rough outline of something unusual resting upon the sandy seabed came into focus. Its outer lines slowly began to move together, linking to form the outline of a large circular shape. But then, just as the depth counter passed 80 meters, everything went wrong. The readout from the ROV's onboard compass suddenly began to go haywire. At the same instant, the video feed went black. Somewhere, somebody swore, and efforts were immediately directed towards regaining contact with the device. From up on the deck, someone shouted down that the drone's control line was snagged on something, and they could not retrieve it. An eternity seemed to pass. The ROV's controller explained that he could not get an accurate reading from any of its instruments, and that he had no idea what had happened to it. Then, just as suddenly as it had been lost, the feed from the device's camera reappeared on the monitor. There on the screen was the image of what appeared to be a stone staircase, directly in front of the ROV. Over the next couple of minutes, as other systems on board the ship mysteriously failed and then rebooted themselves, the Ocean X team documented as much detail of the target as they could before the order to recall the ROV was given. Nobody spoke. Each crew member was wrapped up in their own personal thoughts. They were still no closer to identifying what it was they had found, and had only further questions to show for their efforts. Ocean X is a Swedish maritime expedition company which first came to public attention in 1992 when they successfully located the long-lost remains of an American B-17 bomber submerged in the waters off their country's eastern coast. Emboldened by this success, they began to research records of other boats and aircraft which had disappeared off European coastlines, finally settling on the story of a transport ship which had been sunk in the Baltic Sea during World War I. As dawn broke on the 3rd of November 1916, the German submarine U-22 was patrolling the waters in the vicinity of the Finnish coast when it encountered a supply convoy attempting to slip into the port of Rauma. With little hesitation, Captain Carl Scherb had attacked the long line of cargo ships, successfully sending 3 of them to a watery grave. One of the victims of the German ambush that morning was a Swedish schooner named the Jönköping, which had been carrying a cargo of expensive champagne and brandy destined for Moscow's Metropole Hotel. The wreck eventually settled on the sea floor at a depth of approximately 200 feet, with its precious cargo still relatively intact and near perfectly preserved in the cold, dark conditions. Following a lengthy search, Ocean X subsequently located the hull of the Jönköping in 1997 and were able to bring it back to the surface using a 560-ton floating crane. The team were able to recover approximately 3,000 bottles of champagne and 14 barrels of cognac before poor weather conditions closed in and aided the sea in reclaiming the wreck forever. The bounty they had retrieved was then auctioned off to private collectors as a means of funding future diving expeditions. The summer of 2011 saw Ocean X personnel conducting operations in the Gulf of Bothnia, a stretch of the Baltic Sea which is located between the coastlines of Sweden and Finland. The team were in the process of carrying out sonar grid scans of the sea floor in search of other potentially high-value shipwrecks when something unexpected appeared on their monitors. Below their ship, at a depth of roughly 300 feet, was a large circular object lying on the seabed. The sonar signature did not resemble any recognizable ocean-going craft or known geological feature, and was located well away from any established shipping routes. But as excited as the Swedish explorers were at the time of the discovery, they were not equipped to dive on the site and were instead forced to return home, where they could better analyze their provisional findings. On viewing magnified versions of the sonar imagery, Ocean X founders Peter Lindbay and Dennis Orbay found themselves faced with even further questions. The unknown contact was roughly 200 feet in diameter, and unlike anything they had ever encountered before. There were clear lines and striations across its surface, which almost seemed to resemble the layout of corridors and rooms, and behind it, a 1,000-foot-long runway had been flattened in the sand, seeming to indicate that the object had slid down to the point where it now rested. The following year, equipped with improved sonar technology and ROVs, the team returned to the site. They quickly set about trying to obtain high-quality imagery of the unknown object, but soon found that this task would not be as easy as they had hoped. As soon as they attempted to deploy any form of sensor or photographic equipment in the immediate vicinity of the discovery, the technology they were using would suddenly fail on them. ROVs sent down to photograph the anomaly would inexplicably cut out. Satellite phones were found to be drained of power, despite having only recently been charged. And the sonar operators discovered that mysterious electrical interference would somehow prevent effective scans of the site. Pressing on with their investigations, OceanX sent down divers who used more conventional equipment to closely document the object. In addition to the lines and grooves which ran along its exterior, at certain points, perfectly circular holes had been bored into the surface, all of which indicated to the dive team that what they were examining could not have been created by any natural phenomenon. There were sections which clearly resembled a series of steps, leading from one level to another, and what seemed to be a domed compartment jutting up and out from the main body of the structure. As their work continued, further surprises lay in store. Other unnaturally shaped items were uncovered lying on the seabed near the main object, such as perfectly carved rectangular blocks and stone monoliths. When some of these edifices were examined in closer detail, it was found that they were sunk deep into the ground, with passageways and tunnels potentially running deep beneath them. Eventually, having achieved all they could in light of their persistent equipment failures, all that remained was for the OceanX team to gather samples of the anomalies they had found at the site, and then return to port. When this material was later examined by staff from Stockholm University, the results prompted no small degree of debate due to their basaltic nature, having been found in an area with no known volcanic activity recorded since the Proterozoic era. At the time of writing, OceanX is believed to be in the process of raising funds for further explorations of the anomaly site, and speculation regarding its background remains both persistent and varied. To some observers, the object which the Swedish explorers have found preserved on the seabed is definitive evidence that alien life has previously visited our planet. To others, it is potential evidence of a long-lost and highly advanced terrestrial civilization. It should perhaps come as little surprise that the explanation seized upon by most media outlets is that the anomaly may be the remains of a downed UFO. The fact that it is circular in shape appears to have come sliding down onto the sand centuries ago under some degree of controlled or powered flight, and possesses something which resembles a cockpit atop its superstructure, all conveniently play into such a narrative. But as romantic as the notion is that this ancient UFO came to settle on the seabed after a catastrophic crash landing, the wider detail of the materials which were recovered by the divers largely discredits this. There is no escaping the fact that whatever the object is, it comprises mostly of terrestrial mineral deposits commonly found here on Earth, with no trace of metal anywhere to be found at the site. If we work on the principle that a highly advanced species would probably not have used stone to construct a spacecraft, are we then pushed further towards the idea that this is instead evidence of a secretive human civilization? After all, the anomaly allegedly sits atop buried tunnels and structures, is covered in what could be interpreted as the remnants of walls and staircases, and appears to have been constructed using human building techniques. Is this a temple or other significant structure built by a lost society such as Atlantis? If so, what was the object's intended purpose all those millennia ago? Are we looking at an underwater companion to Stonehenge? Is this perhaps the remains of some interdimensional portal? Such questions might seem only marginally less fringe than those pertaining to extraterrestrial visitors, and in turn lead on to an even more provocative theory.
Now, if you knew that something was a portal, would you go through it?
Hell no. Not me.
You wouldn't even be the least bit curious. Be like, I just take a peek.
No, I think I'll wait and let God take me through that ultimate portal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there you go. That would be the best bet.
It definitely is for me. But I just, I thought that what was amazing to me about that, at least in the video I saw, was they described it as, the sonar described it as being stone. And how could a stone fly through space? I mean,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
to land anywhere. But then when you think about it, and the way that they do anti-gravity, it don't matter what it's made of, the weight of anything, because the anti-gravity defeats the gravity. You know what I mean? So you could literally fly an aircraft carrier into space if you put a anti-gravity device on it.
Right, because if it's anti-gravity, then
It don't matter.
Is irrelevant. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like 3 ounces or 3 tons anti-gravity.
Exactly right. So the stone part don't much matter. But what the other thing that got me though is how would you either put the stone together, or how would you carve out the inside of it, to make different compartments and all that without tearing the whole thing up? I don't know.
Well, I mean, look at the pyramids. How are those built, right? That's still a question.
Yeah. Well, they had to, in my opinion, they had to either been built by the anti-gravity stuff somehow or another, or by giants, one or the other.
These dudes right behind me.
Yeah. Exactly.
They were like, well, we were getting ready to head back, but we'll stick around for the weekend and help you.
Yep. Oh, and did you see that video from, I think it was last week or just a few days ago, where these people were in Mexico on vacation, and they were at the, whatever that pyramid is called down there, and there was a light that came up out of it, or came down from heaven into it. They never did.
I did see something about that, but I never watched. Damn it. I was going to go back and watch that. But yeah, it was like a light shooting straight up out of something.
Square light. The shape of the top of the pyramid, I guess, to hold it. But yeah, I mean, it was amazing. They didn't know at first if it was just a trick of the sun or the camera or what. But from what I remember, it turned out to be the light either from the pyramid or from the sky coming down into the pyramid. So it goes back to free energy, That's how they think. But I mean, it's more or less proven nowadays that that's how they charged everything. People back in them days had electricity and all. That's how they got around. No one, or very few people these days want to believe it, but that's what it was.
Well, and that's why a lot of people have disappeared, because they start putting that information out, and Big Daddy Gov is like, no.
That's exactly right.
I think they're feeling like they don't want to be alive, and they're going to do it to themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, like these 2 guys in Australia, I just saw today, invented a new, which, I mean, these things have been out forever. This is what I was telling about. Back when I was still building houses. But anyway, it's a magnetic, it runs off magnets. It takes a battery to get it started. Once you get it started, it can power your house, or if it's big enough, it can power a whole city, for years and years without doing anything to it. it just keeps running. It don't tear up or anything because there's really very few moving parts because it's run off magnets. I'm just wondering how long those guys will last.
It's like those magnetic trains.
Yeah, basically.
Which I'm very disappointed. I just found out because they spent $10 billion, which is not even done or open yet, but on the rail here. And for like months, I'm like, I wonder if it's magnetic, and I just kept blowing it off. And I looked it up the other day. No, it's not. You'd think for $10 billion, and it's been in the making for I don't know how many years now, that it would at least be one of the magnetic ones, right? Because you want to get from point A to point B pretty quick, right? It gets worse. It's not magnetic, and also its top speed is 55, but
that's crawling.
The average speed it's going to go is 30.
Oh wow, you're going to get there in a hurry.
$10 billion to ride a rail train that is going to go average 30 miles an hour. Disappointing.
Yeah, LSP, I built houses for many years, brother. But yeah, the light coming out of the pyramid, and then these two guys getting together there in Australia and building the magnetic generator. I mean, it just to me, it just goes to prove that this has been around forever. It's just something that's been kept from us.
Yep. Yeah, because the Big Daddy Go's got to keep getting richer, and
exactly. And if they can't stick a meter on it, they don't want it.
Yep.
Water meters, light meters, gas meters.
Finish this one, and then I'm going to look that one up.
Which one?
So finish this one's almost done. I think it's
Oh, I thought it was over. Okay.
No, I just paused it because he said that portal thing, and like clicked in my head.
Oh, okay.
I'd be so tempted, but then again, it's like, but you don't know what's going to happen if you go through it. It's like, yeah, I probably wouldn't do it. I'd want to. But...
For some commentators, this mysterious object may be far more recent in terms of its construction, dating back to World War II. The Third Reich was renowned for its willingness to employ any and all efforts to win the conflict, however flawed they may have been in their conception. Is it possible that what Ocean X has uncovered is the remnants of yet another unsuccessful but secretive Nazi military project? Those who subscribe to this theory point to the fact that if the lines in the surface of the object were the boundaries or corridors and rooms, then what has been found may be the remains of some form of communications or observation bunker. This structure may have been carved out of the seabed, or constructed above the waves and then lowered down. The fact that it apparently possesses the ability to scramble radio and electronic signals of any vessel which approaches could be indicative that the construction might have been an anti-shipping weapon. It may also be the beginnings of a supply base which was never completed. If so, like many other secretive Nazi projects, the truth behind it may now be long lost to the hands of time. Naturally, there are those who seek to explain away the origins of the anomaly using much more grounded hypotheses. Some believe it is a sculpture or model which fell from a ship whilst in transit. There is also the possibility it is a naturally occurring geological feature of some kind, either compacted into the ground or conveyed from elsewhere by the gigantic glaciers which carved out the Baltic Sea many millennia ago. Allegations persist that the anomaly could be nothing more than an elaborate hoax, with the Ocean X team having manufactured the sonar data and alleged videos from the site. There are also suggestions that the object is little more than a rock bed, its appearance misinterpreted due to operator error or the substandard equipment of those investigating it. Whether it is the product of some volcanic process, a meteor which has fallen from the skies, or the fantastic creation of some unknown intelligence, the Baltic Sea anomaly continues to inspire debate and speculation. In addition to possessing the power to defeat all efforts to investigate it, the object also has the ability to polarize any public opinion surrounding it. We live in an age of terrifying technological advancement, and so it is inevitable that the truth about this puzzling discovery will eventually come to light. But the possibility remains that the more we learn about the anomaly, the more questions may arise.
Absolutely. Be right back. See, we're gonna grab me something to drink right quick.
Didn't realize I was muted. But I remember hearing something about that too, not needing gasoline and running off of what was it? Ah man, it was like decades ago, but yeah, that guy went missing. Isn't that what we have building now? What do you mean? Have what? Yeah, that's what they're shooting for, Salt and Light. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Van Life, the man with the beautiful beard. Cool. Oh, I never thought that guy would leave. What's going on, man? Good to see you, brother. Happy New Year. I'm gonna buy a house for rent.
I'm back.
All right, Van, hide, quick.
Run, Van,
Joyful, aloha, joyful.
Beautiful, joyful. Hello, beautiful, joyful.
Oh, I couldn't find nothing on the that one you were just talking about. And what was it, Mexico? You said?
Yeah. Oh, really? I never write the names of these down because it just don't occur to me at the time to do it because I don't think a whole lot about it until I get to talking to somebody about it. Now, damn, wish I'd wrote that down.
Everything here is like 1 year ago, 5 years ago.
It could have been that. I didn't look at the date, so I took it to be just the other day.
Yeah, the other day I just seen something. I remember seeing like a picture, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta look into that," but I never did. And now I can't freaking find anything.
What? Like I said, I didn't look at the date when it was done. But I could have sworn it was just a few days ago, but I'll look too. I don't remember whose channel it was on. Let's see. know if I typed everything right. Maybe it'll find it. Maybe. Let's see. This was a couple on vacation that I'm thinking about. That one is 9 years old, but that ain't it. Let's see. Nope, that ain't it.
No, I should have clicked on it the other day, and then I would have had it under my history, but I never did.
Yeah, like I say, some of the things that I find interesting at the time, to me, well, nobody else be interested anyway, so what's the point in writing it down? But when I don't write something down, you can bet your ass I ain't gonna remember it. Oh, well, this one's a little bit off the subject, Steve, but here's one. Oh man. Now this is about some, at least the way it's shown, and it's about some very tall people. It's called They Are Here.
Yeah, I was just no way. No
you
way.
said
I was no way. I was just looking at that. That's crazy. That's crazy that you just that's weird. Wow, we were both looking at the same thing.
It is weird.
Although the phrase unidentified flying object can be used to refer to any unexplained aerial phenomenon, in popular culture, it most commonly refers to what is thought to be an alien spacecraft. Sightings of unidentified flying objects have been reported throughout recorded history and in numerous parts of the world. These sightings have raised issues about the existence of life on other planets and whether or not extraterrestrials have visited Earth. Following the end of World War II and the subsequent development of rocket technology, they emerged as a prominent topic of interest and served as the inspiration for the creation of a large number of films and books. But what about aliens? Have there been any instances in which they have been captured on camera? In this video, we take a look at the top 8 instances where it is possible that extraterrestrial beings were captured on camera. Number 8, Fresno Nightcrawler. The Fresno Nightcrawler, sometimes known as the Fresno Alien, is a cryptid that has thus far made 2 sightings, one in Fresno, California, and the other in Yosemite National Park, also in California. In both instances, it is only captured on video. It was in Fresno, California that a man called Jose made the first recorded observation of a Fresno Nightcrawler. Jose witnessed the Nightcrawlers on his front lawn using CCTV after being awakened by his dogs barking. His brother was sleeping, so he roused him up to re-watch the footage. After that, his brother reported seeing little footsteps outdoors, but by the time investigators reached the scene, all evidence had been washed away. Original CCTV footage was lost after the initial sighting. The only surviving clip is a shaky monitor-recorded video. There are 2 creatures, one of which is incredibly small, less than half a meter, and whose feet are clearly seen, in addition to what looks to be some type of webbing connecting the knees to the upper torso. In a separate incident, an unidentified 60-year-old former Marine and his wife were traveling near Carmel on December 12, 2014, when they came up over a hill and observed a 7-foot-tall skinny grey monster, now known as the Carmel area creature. Numerous sightings of the Nightcrawler in the shape of the Carmel area creature, a thin, armless, pale white humanoid, have been reported in Ohio. The cryptid has also been seen on tape in Poland, this time with what looks to be a handheld camera based on the shakiness of the video. The creature cannot be observed for very long, although it looks to share characteristics with the larger one captured on film in Yosemite. Number 7, the Kennel Vale figure. A ghost hunter from Cornwall has revealed that he had a run-in with a mysterious being that he either called an alien or a demon. Mark Davies of Falmouth explores evidence of supernatural occurrences in several locations throughout the country. On January 5, about 9:30 p.m, he and 3 friends were in the creepy wood, Kennel Vale, when they made the startling discovery. A video he uploaded to YouTube showed an extremely weird silhouette crossing a little bridge that leads to one of the abandoned mills on the property. It then appeared to move and stand in various locations. Mark and his companions were attempting to measure the area's paranormal activity and converse with supernatural beings. They carried with them a number of instruments, including a ghost box, which is said to be used by ghosts to communicate via electronic voice. Mark revealed afterwards that although the group could sense the creature's presence, it could not be seen in person. Number 6, North Carolina's critter. A frightening close-up photograph of an unknown species recorded by a wildlife camera in North Carolina has sparked speculation on social media that it may be an alien. The image, published by North Carolina's Candid Critters on June 17, 2019, depicts something in the darkness with black eyes that appear to peer curiously at the camera. It was captured on March the 2nd at an undisclosed spot in North Carolina's woodlands. Critter quiz time, the state's caption says. What species is depicted in the image? More than one person believed it was an alien, especially if the image is rotated 90 degrees. These comments appear to be based on the image's resemblance to traditional Hollywood representations of aliens, particularly the large black eyes. Candid Critters officials believe it is a home cat observing one of their trail cameras in close proximity. In the past, similar puzzles have been solved by searching for an animal that appeared in front of the camera immediately before or after the photograph was taken. The program has a history of capturing unexpected images, some of which are difficult to identify. Number 5, Jharkhand's roadside visitor. The year 2021 appeared to be the year of extraterrestrial visits. We can only presume that because there were so many people left in their home, the extraterrestrials didn't have to worry about being discovered. Clearly, 1 or 2 of them got through, but as this footage from the Indian state of Jharkhand appears to show, it's difficult to tell if the video is doctored or simply a prank played by someone. A number of viewers have speculated that the footage shows an alien or some other mysterious creature. Not only is it a clear view of a creature walking very incongruously alongside of a road, but it appears taller and thinner than the average person. The video also demonstrates that there were many witnesses to the occurrence, making it more difficult to discredit if many people come forward and confirm the account. Number 4, the Red Gate alien. One hunter in Montana placed a camera on a tree deep in the woods to capture images of the local fauna. But it captured a thing so bizarre that it may not be from this planet. It was captured by Donald Bromley's camera deep within the Red Gate Woods in Deer Lodge, Montana, and it depicts a spooky-looking grey humanoid. The region where the shot was taken is rife with paranormal activity. Bromley informed the local news station that there are frequently UFOs, lights in the sky, unexplainable things in the area. Among the weird occurrences in the area, cars randomly stall on the roads. Bromley remarked about the image, claiming that at first he believed it to be a person, but the more I look at it was just odd. It was out of place, and everything just matches the alien persona. The big bulbous head, you can tell he has no clothes. It's kind of a transparent being. Bromley adds that the position of the camera makes it extremely improbable that the image depicts a human, noting that he was only able to gain access to it because it was close to the private property where he works. Number 3, the Sulfur Grey Alien. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by a channel known as Paratruthers, which stated that the extraterrestrial being was seen in Salford, which is located in Greater Manchester. This account, which asserts that it was just shut down by the government, has uploaded multiple sightings of grey aliens that are comparable to the one shown in this video. Even though the video has been met with some skepticism from viewers, there is at least one user on YouTube who claims to live in Salford who is concerned about the prospect of alien life being discovered in the area. He said, "Its head looks well creepy and it moves like all weird. Everyone's talking about this down the boozer in Salford. If you don't live here, then don't be chatting it's fake." Number 2, the Glasgow alien.
The way that thing was,
the thought of alien
more scary than actually seeing it. Seeing
that looks like Buffy. That looks like Buffy. It's just like him.
But that last one, the way that thing was moving, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
This thing right here, like
skepticism from viewers, there is at least one user on YouTube who claims to live in Salford who is concerned about the prospect of alien life being discovered in the area. He said, "Its head looks well creepy, moves like all weird. Everyone's talking about.
It was like, isn't this how they twerk here?
This down the boozer in Salford. If you don't live here, then don't be chatting. It's fake. Number 2, the Glasgow alien. The thought of alien life has always captivated our curiosity. While some scoff at the entire notion, others give indisputable evidence of UFO sightings. This mysterious object was seen on camera in Glasgow, Scotland, adding to the numerous sightings over the years. This clip of a claimed UFO has gone viral, leaving many individuals baffled. A woman stated that her boyfriend had captured the footage of the mysterious item above his apartment in the Mary Hill neighbourhood of the city. She reported to Glasgow Live that the object was flying across the sky from the northwest of Glasgow to the southwest. The video appears to show an unidentifiable object hovering across the city skyline, but what exactly the shape is remains a mystery. Number 1, aliens in Turkey. During the past few years, there has been a discernible rise in the number of UFO sightings over Turkey. Some pilots for Turkish Airlines are under the impression that the bright lights observed in Turkish airspace are in fact extraterrestrial craft. The media and the wealthy residents of Istanbul are not the only ones in Turkey who have become more tolerant of outsiders. When an alien appeared in front of a farmer in the year 2001 in the village of Nali in the southwestern region of Turkey, the farmer reacted in the time-honored manner of throwing rocks at the alien until it shot into the air to the height of a tower, and Turkey who have become more tolerant of outsiders. When an alien appeared in front of a farmer in...
What the...
Did you ever hear that one, Steve, about the alien that appeared in front of that? Well, it was a Mexican cop out on patrol, and he pulled up in front of this apartment building or something, and I think it was a witch or an alien, whatever it was, appeared in front of him. This guy, this cop, it scared him so bad, he was shaking so much that he couldn't drive. He barely could, get on his radio and call for backup or anything. And they had to haul him off, if I remember correctly, in an ambulance. I mean, he was scared totally shitless, man.
I would be too, especially if I seen something like that right there. I'm pretty sure that's fake, though. There's no way.
It very well could be. It kind of looks like the mummy, wrapped up like that, don't it? Muscular mummy, but a pretty good sized guy, though.
Yeah, especially if you've seen it walk by like that.
Oh, man.
Tolerant of outsiders.
You just
when an alien appeared in front of a farmer in the year 2001 in the village of Nali in the southwestern region of Turkey, the farmer reacted in the time-honored manner of throwing rocks at the alien until it shot into the air to the height of a tower and disappeared. After 7 years, when the same UFO was spotted in the same area again, this time it was met with cameras rather than stones. However, in recent times, those working in the entertainment industry in Istanbul have been the source of some of the most startling UFO revelations. Reyhan Karaca, a singer from Turkey who competed in the Eurovision Song Contest in 1991, gave an interview to Turkish newspapers earlier this month in which she claimed that a prawn-coloured alien had abducted her from her bed one night and taken her on a tour of Earth with a few stops along the way. She described the people who lived on the spacecraft that had taken her as very friendly. We were able to communicate through our thoughts. Is there a particular spot in Turkey that aliens like to hang out at the most? Well, that's something you'll have to tell us in the comments section below. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe to our...
Dang, in the beginning though, man. What's that?
He covered a lot of territory, didn't he?
In the beginning though, with those, I forgot what he called them, the night walkers or whatever, it just looked like a pair of legs.
Yeah. Those things look to me like somebody put something on top of a clothespin and somehow, made it walk. I mean, I don't know, but it just looks totally fake to me. Those things you're talking
like a Gumby or something.
Yeah. Where they are or not, I mean, I don't know, but some of those things just look totally fake. There's one of this Russian guy. Well, they're out hunting something. What it was that's hunting, I don't remember. But he comes upon this well or mine shaft, whatever it was, And they got their cameras, all of them got camera, and he's filming down in that well. And all of a sudden this extremely scary face looks up at him. It looks like a skull with eyes. I would have definitely shit my pants if I'd have seen that right on the spot, man. Clay, thank you,
what's
brother.
up, Clay? Oh, thank you, brother. Shoot, give Clay a shout out.
Awesome!
Absolutely.
Holy moly! That's right, brother.
Nice. That was freaky.
Well, that was freaky.
But very nice. Thank you, Clay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I even lose track of the day. Today's Thursday. So yeah, the conspiracy, you guys should be doing a show tomorrow night, right?
I thought they did one every night, to be honest with you. But I mean, on different channels, of course. But
Right,
they
go on the road and
yeah.
I want to see more probing.
Ooh, that just sounds like it hurt. The only time I ever been probed, it felt wonderful, but it wasn't by an alien. Did what, Steve?
It's supposedly the aliens don't do the probing anymore, so
I wouldn't trust them regardless. There ain't nothing in my body they need to know about. If there is, I'd tell them. And I'm not telling nothing. Oh, Charlie gonna be a guest tomorrow night with Clay and Doc. Well, right on.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, everyone definitely make sure you're subscribed to Conspiracy Music.
Yeah, but he can't be bringing along no aliens or shadow people or anything like that.
Or night walkers, whatever that weird
Absolutely.
or twerking aliens.
Or twerking Ronnies, as far as that goes. Boy, you talk about seeing a guy in pain now. A twerking Ronnie would definitely have to be in pain before he ever twerked.
See, because like some alien like walked up to me like that and was just normal, I'd still be scared, but if that same alien walked up walking like that, I'd be like, "Hey, get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, what would you do if he walked up and said, "Well, hello, Steve, long time no see, brother"?
Yeah, I'd probably be frozen. I'd be like, "What does it mean, long time no see?"
I heard that.
I'd be like, Pablo needs a light.
Pablo would be saying, "Don't you dare take the cigarette out of my mouth, alien. I'll bite your ass off." But some of these videos, I'll tell you what, whether they're faked or whether they ain't, I have no idea. But they're interesting nonetheless.
Wow, there's a couple in there that are only like a week or two old. U.S. Navy declassifies new UFO reports. Why we should not look for aliens.
That ain't the TikTok one. Oh, the Tic Tac one. Damn. Yeah, Tic Tac. On the Navy. Is that the one it is?
Nah, History.
Okay.
History Channel. Oh, they're all history. What the hell? Oh, this is kind of like the one we just watched, but
You know, the first time I ever saw a video of those walking clothespins, night crawlers, whatever they're called, was this, I think, well, they might have spoke about it on there, but it was this couple in California. They got it on, I think it was their front yard camera. And when they showed it, whatever, you know, no one believed them, of course. So they had these supposed experts come out, or were they experts or not, I don't know, but they come out and strung clothesline and everything, you know, trying to prove it was fake, you know, in these people's yards. They done everything they could think of to prove it was fake, and which they couldn't. And then just not long afterward is when the one where they were walking out in the country or in a park somewhere was filmed. So, you know, it's up to everybody's own imagination to believe what they want to believe, you know, but I don't know whether I believe them or not. I'm able to go one way or the other on that.
Steve's next words better be the Lord thinks you are a risk of probing.
Salty might like being probed. You never know. Depends on who it's by, of course. It's one thing to be probed by a beautiful woman. It's another to be probed by an ugly alien. At least in my opinion. Scientists reported that something huge is happening right now above Mount Everest. Like
right now?
That's what Racehorse said. You got a link there. Well, you're not talking about earthquakes or something, are you? I don't know how frequent earthquakes happen on Mount Everest, or if they ever happen or not. Just wondering.
Let me see. Present.
Oh.
Can rightfully boast their feat. However, what they often leave out are the shocking things they come across while scaling the mountain. In this video, we bring you the 15 most mysterious things that happened on Mount Everest. Number 1, UFOs on Mount Everest. UFOs turn up anywhere to tantalize us with the existence of extraterrestrial beings, and it appears they're also drawn to the highest summit in the world. An unidentified object has been spotted above Mount Everest slopes. And according to UFO watchers, the strange object, which has a disc shape, cannot be a drone or a helicopter due to the height. The eerie image is one of 477 images assembled by filmmaker David Breeshears as part of a 2 billion pixel mosaic. In fact, there have long been rumors of an Area 51-style base in the area. The border between India and China in Ladakh is virtually inaccessible. And that was not even the first mention of UFOs around Mount Everest. According to declassified documents, there were 7 UFO sightings in the area in 1968. One was a blazing object that was flashing intermittently, making a big thunder sound. Other reports stated that a huge metallic disc-shaped object with a 6-foot base and 4-foot height was discovered in a crater 5 miles northeast of Pokhara. It is not surprising why UFOs may like the Mount Everest area. If the aliens wanted to evade attention while visiting our planet, that area would be a favorite, as it is often deserted, so Mount Everest could be an alien hotspot too. The death zone. Death may be a spooky subject for many people, but for Mount Everest climbers, it is a fact of life. Even if they try not to think about their highly possible demise while climbing the mountain, the spot named the death zone will remind them. The fact is that the human body is designed to function best at sea level. The oxygen levels are adequate for our brains and lungs down here. However, when you choose to climb the tallest mountain on Earth, your body may not function properly at much higher altitudes due to reduced oxygen levels. Climbing Everest, according to one mountaineer, is like running on a treadmill and breathing through a straw. Climbers must brave the death zone to reach the summit of Mount Everest. This is the altitude above 8,000 meters where there is so little oxygen that the body begins to die. minute by minute and cell by cell. Blood samples taken from 4 mountaineers in the death zone revealed that they were surviving on only 1/4 of the oxygen required at sea level. These were comparable to figures found in near-death patients. At least 11 people died on Everest in 2019, nearly all of whom spent time in the death zone. It became one of the deadliest Everest seasons in recent memory. Climbers' brains and lungs are starved for oxygen in the death zone, increasing their risk of heart attack and stroke, and their judgment quickly. Poor decision-making can also lead climbers to forget to clip back into a safety rope, stray from the route, or fail to properly prepare life-saving equipment like oxygen tanks. Low oxygen levels is not the only problem you will encounter in the death zone, however. The spot's temperatures never rise above 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and any exposed skin instantly freezes.
Which is why you'll never see me on Mount Everest.
Fingers and toes can result in.
And you ain't going to see me on Mount Everest.
Cases, gangrene if the skin and underlying tissues
Why
die.
people climb mountains anyway?
Tissue is frequently amputated. And all of this physical deterioration and blurred vision can lead to unintentional falls.
Because it's there,
fatigue is always present.
It'll be there
Number 4, ghost sighting. You were probably expecting this, so yes, climbers have reported sighting ghosts on Mount Everest. So you better prepare for them mentally if you want to climb the mountain. These are another of the dark sides of the 8,000-meter peaks, apart from hardship, defeat, and death. Over 300 people have died while climbing Everest, and because retrieving the fallen is impossible, the majority of bodies are left frozen on the slopes indefinitely, turning the mountains into a high-altitude cemetery. People who believe in such things will tell you the bodies become ghosts that roam around because they have not been buried properly. In addition to that, the Sherpas, without whom so many Himalayan mountain ascents would be impossible, regard the Himalayas as both the embodiment and the realm of gods. Some believe that disrespecting their sacred mountain has resulted in both negative karma and restless spirits. One of the Sherpas, Pemba Dorji Sherpa, was climbing Everest in May 2004, earning a disputed claim to the world's fastest ascent when he came across what he described as black shapes near the summit. Pemba said the shapes were the ghosts of climbers who died on the mountain, and that when the shapes approached him, they held out their hands, pleading for food. Pemba and other Sherpas believe the ghosts will continue to haunt the mountain until they are properly buried. British climber Frank Smythe, who attempted Everest several times in the 1930s, had ghost stories to tell. He describes 2 presences, the first of which was benign and seemed so real that he offered it some of his mint cake. Later on, he came across strange hovering objects, one of which had what appeared to be squat, underdeveloped wings, while the other had a beak-like protuberance resembling a tea kettle spout. Smythe said they clearly pulsated as if they had some horrible quality of life. Equally chilling is the story of Julie Tullis, a British climber. 13 people died in the months leading up to her ascent, which became known as the Black Summer. Tullis herself suffered a bad fall, severe frostbite to one hand, and blurred vision while descending with her partner, Kurt Dienberger. She died while trapped with several other climbers at Camp 4, and her body was left on the mountain. Years later, Thor Kieser and Scott Fisher were startled out of a strange silence at base camp by the sound of a voice over the communications radio. Camp 4 to base camp, do you read, said the voice. Keyes and Fisher were both certain that no one was on the mountain at the time, and the voice belonged to a British woman. Number 5, the mysterious third person. By now, you probably agree that things can get spooky on the trek to Mount Everest summit, but it can't get scarier than the story of the third person told by British mountaineers Dougal Haston and Doug Scott. And bear in mind that these were 2 experienced climbers. After reaching Everest summit late in the day, the duo was forced to spend the night in the death zone. They dug a snow hole and huddled in for the night, not knowing if they would make it until morning. They quickly ran out of oxygen. Their situation was truly dire, with no food and their butane heater nearing exhaustion. Then the unimaginable occurred. Both climbers reported feeling another presence with them in the snow cave, one that not only shared vital body heat, but also offered advice and suggestions to help the climbers stay warm and alive. Interestingly, other climbers have reported a similar presence having come to their aid. Number 6, Attack of the Sherpa. Did we just say the Sherpas are responsible for many of the successful climbs of Mount Everest? Well, sometimes things can go awry and they attack climbers as opposed to helping them. A British climber described how he and 2 colleagues were attacked by Sherpas on Everest and feared for their lives. According to Jonathan Griffith, they were punched, kicked, and had stones thrown at them by up to 150 Sherpas as they approached the summit of the world's highest mountain. The 3 men were forced to abandon their summit attempt after fleeing the out-of-control mob by running for their lives down a treacherous glacier. The trio was accused of kicking ice down on them and breaking mountain etiquette by stepping over their ropes by the Nepalese Sherpas. Griffith, a photographer and mountaineer attempting his first ascent of Everest, and his highly experienced colleagues, Simone Morrow and Ueli Steck, returned to camp only to be attacked. He claimed they initially ignored advice from other Western climbers to just run now as the mob approached their tent, hoping they could talk things through. Griffith claimed that while Sherpas are not angry, they are easily riled, and that 3 or 4 ringleaders were to blame. Other Western climbers who acted as a buffer and bravely put themselves in front of the 3 men saved them. He praised the bravery of American guide Melissa Arnott, who stood guard over another tent while the 3 climbers made their way to a 50-yard away location. A Sherpa would rather not hit a woman, a fact Melissa used to save their lives. To avoid further attacks from the Sherpas, they packed what equipment they could and set off on an unbelievably treacherous route across a glacier, going as fast as they could without even using a rope for safety. The men completed a full day's walk in 2.5 hours. Number 7, marine fossils.
How do you do a 4-day walk in 2.5 hours?
That's a hell of a walk, ain't it? I mean, he was moving on.
Right, that's 4-day walk in 2.5 hours. That's insane. I could see like 4-day walk in 2 days.
Yeah.
But,
or even stretch. I mean, it's stretching the imagination even 1 day, but in 2 hours, it was 2 hours, right?
4.5 hours. 2.5 hours, yeah.
I mean,
you got to have some adrenaline flowing to do that.
Hell, you got to be able to fly to do that. You better have some wings on you of some kind. Now, this part here, the marine fossils on top of Mount Everest, those things are on top of just about every mountain in the world.
Oh, really? I don't think I've even heard about this before.
Fossils on Mount Everest, proof of biblical Noah's flood. Yes, you heard right, remains of marine animals on Mount Everest. Hear this, the land is arid and brown as it appears to have been since the beginning of time. Also, these majestic mountains are hundreds of miles from the nearest sea. Yet climbers who get to the top of the mount have returned with rocks bearing evidence of marine creatures. These include fragments of extinct and living marine animals such as trilobites, ostracods, and crinoids, all of which are invertebrates rather than fish. Parts of extinct prehistoric conodonts, thought to be distantly related, have been found in samples collected high on the mountain. So how come marine fossils have been discovered in multiple locations throughout the Himalayas? There have been posts on the internet that this is evidence of the global flood of Noah reported by the Bible. However, for the less religiously inclined, there is another way to explain this. According to scientists, they are proof of the Earth's constant change as a result of plate tectonics. According to this theory, the Earth's outer crust is formed by plates slowly moving over a molten upper layer of the planet's interior. Mountains are formed by the collision of 2 plates, which takes millions of years to form rock formations. The 420 million years old fossils formed under the ocean on India's northern margin when it was still connected to Western Australia as part of the supercontinent Gondwana. But about 130 million years ago, India separated from Gondwana and drifted northward until it collided with Eurasia between 55 and 34 million years ago. This collision of continents resulted in massive uplift of the crust, and the fossiliferous sedimentary rocks that formed part of northern India were thrust upward by these colossal tectonic forces, and those fossils now rest on the summit of Mount Everest. Number 8, Yeti on Mount Everest.
Yeti.
Yetis are abominable snowmen like to leave their footprints around while remaining elusive. Climbers have reported evidence of the presence of Yetis on Mount Everest, which should make the mountain more attractive, if you ask us.
Small one, but a
Yetis are
Yeti.
actually part of Sherpa folklore, but reports of Yeti sightings skyrocketed when Westerners began climbing the Himalayan mountains in the early 20th century. These sightings peaked in the 1950s, when one of the most infamous pieces of Yeti evidence was brought down from Mount Everest glaciers. Eric Shipton and Dr. Michael Ward of England were part of an expedition to survey possible routes to the summit of Everest from Nepal. This expedition, led by Shipton, would result in the first successful recorded ascent of Mount Everest by Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay 2 years later in 1953. Not only was the 1951 expedition important for mapping the route up the world's highest mountain, but it also sparked a return to climbing after expeditions were halted during the Second World War. But the 1950s.
See, that's what I would do if I climbed a mountain like that, where it's so cold that it's hard to breathe. I would light up a pipe too and smoke a pipe, because it's already almost impossible to breathe. So why not inhale some smoke?
Well, of course. I you know what? If I was going to climb a mountain like that, I would have those heated underwear, the runoff batteries, and my backpack would be full of nothing but batteries.
I was going to buy a jacket like that, but then I decided I'll just move to Hawaii instead.
That was the best decision by far. But can you imagine climbing up there and it being so damn cold and you can't breathe because the oxygen is so thin?
I know. That's one of the reasons I moved out here in Detroit, because it was below zero, and I went out. My sister let her gas run low, and then her car wouldn't start because the gas lines froze. But I remember after like 2 seconds, you're like, it's so cold you can't breathe. And that's nothing compared to this shit.
Oh, what does it get there? About 100 degrees below zero on Mount Everest? I mean, I don't know, but it's got to be mighty cold.
Hey, so what did you say earlier? Any exposed skin, like instant?
Yeah, instant frostbite.
Frostbite, yeah.
Yeah, and then on top of all that, there's very little oxygen. Most of them have to carry oxygen tanks of some kind with them, or that somebody has to carry them. And I didn't know until this now that the Sherpas would beat the hell out of you for a little bit of nothing. I mean, hell, put all that together, who would want to even take a chance on climbing it? Not me.
And like he said too, like over 300 people are still dead on the mountain. They just leave their bodies there.
Yeah, they can't get them down. I mean,
frozen stiff. There's like the green shoe or something like that. There's like tons of pictures about that. Like the dude died going up, and all you see is his boot, his green boot or some shit.
I hadn't heard about that one. I don't guess.
It's crazy.
You know what? If I were to do something like that, I would tell my family I'd ride in a wheel or something. I made this dumbass decision. So if I get up there and freeze to death, die of a heart attack or whatever, don't worry about bringing my ass down. Leave my dumb ass there. I deserve it.
Yeah, I put myself in this position, so that's where I may lay.
Absolutely. There was this doctor here, about 20, 25 years ago. He was a heart specialist that climbed the mountain, or tried to, got up there somewhere, and somehow he wound up getting frostbite on his nose, and he didn't die or anything. But when he got back, when they finally got him down off the mountain, he had to have his, nose cut off and rebuilt, and I don't know what all. I mean, it's the doctor. How can you be so damn stupid and being a doctor? I mean,
I don't climb the mountain.
Yeah.
It ain't the deal for real.
What's up the deal? I mean, I'm not knocking anybody else what they want to do. You can climb all the mountains in the world you want to. I could care less, but I just don't see what the attraction is. I mean, the Empire State Building's there, many other tall buildings. Hell, why not climb them?
Or take the elevator.
Yeah, it's a whole lot easier and quicker.
Fly a plane.
Yeah, jump out without a parachute.
51 expedition was also known for something completely different. Shipton and Ward came across a strange sight at around 15 to 16,000 feet, a series of strange footprints in the snow of the Menlung Basin. Because the mountaineers lacked the necessary tools, they made do with what they had: an ice pick, a backpack, and Michael Ward's left boot. Shipton took a series of photos as the duo examined their findings. A photo of the boot next to one of the footprints shows that the print was significantly wider than a typical human foot, nearly twice as wide. The footprint's toes were grotesque in shape, with the big toe appearing lower and larger than expected for a human. They followed the footprints down the glacier for about a mile until they stopped to make a camp for the night. Number 9, the mystery of the Russian expedition of 1950.
I was just gonna say, what was the story about that Russian thing where they were ripped apart from inside the tent out? I think that's what this is.
It is.
1950s was a time of intense competition that pitched Russia against the US and the rest of the Western world. While many remember the space race, there was another front that featured Mount Everest. However, much of the story is shrouded in mystery as the Russian government allegedly tries to bury the story to this day. Before Sir Edmund Hillary ascended the world's highest peak, a group of Russian climbers traveled to Tibet in an attempt to conquer Mount Everest. It was reported that the group not only wanted to be the first to reach the top of the world, but also planned to place statues of Lenin and Stalin at the summit. What became of them? They, like many others who set out to climb Everest, did not succeed. They actually vanished. Apart from sporadic newspaper accounts, there is no further record of what happened to them. What became of them? Did they perish on the slopes of Everest? Is it possible that one or more of them became the first to stand on top of the world, only to be forgotten? We might never know. Number 10, grass and shrubs on Mount Everest. Grass and shrubs may be commonplace and nice to see. However, when they show up on high summits like Mount Everest, it means trouble. In fact, even if you live thousands of miles away, you don't want grass and shrubs growing on Mount Everest. Grasses and shrubs have been discovered growing in greater numbers around Mount Everest and throughout the Himalayas as the ice melts. Scientists studied the spread of subnival vegetation, that is, plants that grow between the tree line and the snow line in the vast region using satellite data. They discovered a significant increase in vegetation across 4 height brackets from 4,150 to 6,000 meters above sea level by studying images taken by NASA's Landsat satellites between 1993 and 2018. The findings were consistent with modeling that showed a decline in temperature-limited areas where temperatures are too low for plants to grow due to global warming. The increase in subnival vegetation could affect the region's water supply, which feeds Asia's 10 largest rivers and serves up to 1.4 billion people. Since the turn of the century, the melting of Himalayan glaciers has more than doubled, with more than a quarter of all ice lost in the last 4 decades. According to research, its ecosystems are extremely vulnerable to climate-induced changes in vegetation. Number 11, the green boots of Mount Everest.
That's the one I was talking about.
Some people say while Mount Everest takes life, it also keeps it. As such, a pair of green boots may remain a marker for other climbers on Mount Everest for a long time. How did the green boots end up on the mountain? If you ever decide to climb Mount Everest, you will likely come across a pair of neon green boots. They are believed to belong to Swang Paljor, an Indian climber that perished on the mountain. May 10th, 1996 is remembered as a tragic day in Everest history. A massive blizzard struck the mountain, killing 8 climbers, including Swang Paljor, resulting in the highest body count on Everest in a single day. Several experienced guides died while leading groups of climbers with little mountaineering experience. Only 1 of 4 officers from the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Group, of which Paljor was a member, survived. Paljor dropped out of school after finishing 10th grade to help support his family. He grew up in the Indian state of Jammu and Kashmir's Ladakh region, surrounded by mountains. He joined the Indo-Tibetan Border Police. He made his fateful summit with the ITBP, which cost him his life at the age of 28. Anyone approaching Everest summit from the north has to pass by Paljor's. His presence and distinctive boots have led him to becoming a trail marker. He died at 8,500 meters, so climbers know how close they are to the summit when they see him. Number
Well, they
12,
have to blur
disappearing
out the boots,
oxygen
though.
tanks. Climbing Mount Everest is a huge deal and really dangerous. So you can
No
imagine
shit.
the horror when a climber's oxygen tank goes missing. It threatens the lives of mountaineers because they each have a set supply for weather and traffic-related delays, as well as for the
Banana
descent.
Anna,
Climbers
aloha, I
use
didn't
an
see you
average
come
of
in.
7
Aloha,
bottles of
banana.
oxygen per ascent and descent. Climbers can inhale it at various rates, and a bottle can last up to 5 hours if consumed at the highest rate of inhalation. The mountaineers typically use bottled oxygen above Camp 3, but they must continue climbing up and down to acclimatize before making the final summit bid during the appropriate weather window. That means they could use the bottles while camping in the higher camps as well. However, it is shocking that some people steal these oxygen tanks at the death zone where it is needed the most. Climbers have had to return without reaching the summit as a result of such incidents, because when you realize you no longer have the life-saving bottles, the first thing you want to do is get back to base camp. It is also becoming more common to steal oxygen bottles from high camps and bring them down to base camp to sell. However, no thief has been caught yet. Number 13, the deaths that probably never occurred. While it is a fact that people do perish while climbing Mount Everest, sometimes reports of such deaths become controversial, even when they come from official sources. For example, on May 22, 2017, Everest Base Camp received word of 4 corpses discovered in a tent at Camp 4, located at 7,950 meters. The climbers were presumed to have died of altitude sickness and were discovered by a team sent up the mountain to retrieve the body of a Slovakian climber who had died 3 days earlier on his ascent. However, when it was discovered that none of the climbing agencies on the mountain were missing any climbers or had any climbers who are unaccounted for, confusion arose as to who the 4 climbers could have been. As news outlets around the world reported the tragedy, the Nepalese Tourism Ministry stated that the bodies were thought to be those of climbers from one of the previous year's expeditions, only to have matters complicated when it was discovered that none of these had reported any unaccounted for climbers either. The case remains open. Number 14, Maurice Wilson. The story of Maurice Wilson and Mount Everest was the classic one man against the establishment. Wilson, a former soldier, had one life goal: to reach the highest summit in the world alone. Wilson was known for his bravery. During the war, he was stranded ahead of the British front line, but continued to fire on the enemy despite being surrounded by German machine guns. According to the citation for his military cross, it was largely due to his pluck and determination in holding this post that the enemy attack was held up, and that was Wilson's first day on the front line. Wilson's initial plan was to fly a plane and drop in a parachute and complete the rest of the journey on foot, but he was not allowed to fly his plane into Nepal, so he abandoned the plan. He actually had to disguise himself as a deaf and dumb monk to be allowed into the country. However, Wilson died of exhaustion and exposure along the trek. The final entry in his diary was, "Off again, gorgeous day." Number 15, did George Mallory and Sandy Irvine scale Mount Everest first? Many people were skeptical when Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay became the first to successfully summit Everest in 1953. The reason was that 2 Englishmen, George Mallory and Sandy Irvine, were spotted through a telescope a mere 200 to 300 meters shy of the summit in 1924. Unfortunately, they never returned, leading to nearly a century of debate over whether they were the first to reach the top of the world. When Conrad Anker's expedition to find Mallory's body was successful in 1999, the Englishman's frozen remains held no further clues. Most disappointingly, they discovered no trace of his camera, which they had hoped would put an end to the debate. People that believe Mallory and Irvine reached the summit of Everest have compelling evidence. Mallory promised his wife Ruth he would place a picture of her on the summit, which he had kept in his inside pocket. The picture was missing when his body was discovered. Let's hear what you think of these Mount Everest mysteries in the comments section below. Even when you are climbing the highest mountain in the world, nature still tries to run its course. This means climbers still have to poo, and this is causing a huge stinking problem. You may not be able to visualize how huge this problem is, but according to the Sagarmatha Pollution Control Committee, a local NGO tasked with cleaning up Everest, porters schlepped 28,000 pounds of human waste from base camp to a nearby dumping site in just one season and from just one camp. That is the weight of 2 fully grown elephants. Waste is also dumped in open pits at Gorak Shep, a frozen lake bed 17,000 feet above sea level, where it shrivels and dehydrates. According to Gary Porter, a retired mountaineer and engineer from Washington State, there is a risk that it will leak into a river and contaminate the water supply system. It is unsanitary and gross to see because, thanks to the cold, the poop doesn't decompose and is a smelly problem. Porter, however, does not blame climbers, claiming that their main concern is summiting and returning home in one piece. There are no waste treatment plants nearby, so Nepalese authorities are not to blame. But Porter is trying to solve the poop problem in a novel way. Porter and fellow climber Dan Mazza founded the Mount Everest Biogas Project to try to eliminate this environmental hazard. They've been toying with the idea of installing a biogas digester at Gorak Shep to convert human waste into methane gas for several years now. However, while biogas digesters are widely used and relatively simple to construct, they are difficult to operate at altitude and sub-zero temperatures. This is because the process requires the feeding of bacteria on organic waste. These living microorganisms must be kept warm. The project is also very expensive, as Porter estimates the first digester will
I hadn't even thought of
cost
taking a crap while you
$500,000.
climbing up and
The
down that
simplest
damn
solution,
mountain.
it seems, is for climbers to simply...
Man,
right.
That's got to be the coldest shit you ever...
I don't want to be a plumber there.
Hell no. I don't want to be the one taking the shit. Wow. And can you imagine having to deal with it afterwards? Everybody else's stanky stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty net. 28,000 pounds in one season.
I wonder how the lucky person that got that job got that job.
That's a lot of shit.
It sure is.
No shit.
I tell you what, if I was going to do it, which I ain't, but if I was, before I went up there, I would make sure I had one terrible case of diarrhea, and then take something that constipated the hell out of you.
I like that dude right there.
He's the one you need to take with you up on Mount Everest.
Oh yeah, because then you'd be anti-gravity and you can just be like, look, I got to the top. Didn't have to climb.
And then he could get you down in a hurry too. He might push you, but he could get you down in a hurry.
Get you back down in enough time to make it to the bathroom to take a shit.
Exactly. You wouldn't even have to worry about having runs or getting constipated or anything. A lot of stool as a plumber. How many dumps is that? It's a good question for you, Steve.
A lot of dumps.
Now, if it weighs as much as 2 elephants, and I don't know how much a normal person craps in a day's time, but how many shits would that be? 40 billion? I mean, woo.
I guess it depends on the body weight and how much you eat and how regular you are, and yeah. It's oh wait, what's this? Who likes turtles?
Do it! Take me outside, how about that? Do it! I like turtles. Do it! Do it! Do it!
These people are crazy.
I've been to jobs where the whole house is backed up. And when I clear the line, be like, damn, that must have been, and they're like, no, man, no one's been here for like a week. We just got back and I took a shit. What? You? Like, not you, and then like 9 of your kids or something? Like, nah, just me, man. I just got back from Florida, dude, and I took a shit, and everything's backed up.
You must not crapped all the time is in Florida, huh? And somewhere else. Goodness gracious. Did you see that one that Big Chap put in there about the Russian thingy? What's that called? Devil's Pass or?
Oh, yeah. The damn it, I forgot already. But yeah, I remember seeing that because I was like, yeah, that's what it was called. Let's see.
It's called Dyatlov Pass or something in English. Maybe not Diablo, but something along those lines. I have seen the video before, but it's a good video. How those people wound up torn all to pieces and why they cut the slits in their tent and everything, you know?
Yeah, it was like from the inside out or some shit.
Yeah. Dyatlov Pass incident.
Yeah. Ooh, shit. What did I just
In the video I seen on people, someone said a while ago that the Russians, or it might have been him on the video there, said the Russians were trying to cover it up. The last video I seen, or the video that was the latest video on it, was when the Soviet Union fell, and they were letting basically anybody go in there and look at their books. And this reporter, I mean, they opened up any book that I think it was a lady that wanted to see it, and that's how she reported on it. And they didn't have any more on it than what they were saying. But then who knows?
Anybody seen that movie Paul? Dude, that's one of my favorite movies.
PAW. Is it Paul or Paul?
Listen, it's okay. He's fine. He's friendly. His name's Paul.
Welcome to Watch Mojo.
But yeah, that movie Paul, it's dude, it's hilarious. Great movie. But supposedly it's about that whole Roswell crash and how one of the aliens from that crash lived for like a few years or whatever. I've heard other stories about that too.
I don't think
I'm just like any movie that's out there, they're trying to tell you something.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Watched earlier? No, it can't be.
I don't know if
Today
that's the
we're
same
counting
thing.
down our picks for the top 10 times aliens were caught on camera.
Oh yeah, we've seen this one.
For this list, we'll be
That's
looking
how
at
I
those
would react.
grainy photos and videos that aliens allegedly make an appearance in. But are our picks real or fake? We'll let you be the judge and sound off in the comments. Number 10, Fresno Nightcrawler, 2010.
Oh yeah, these are all
Whether
the
they're
same
aliens,
ones. It's a
cryptids,
different
or a
video.
hoax, these creatures are downright creepy.
I don't know what it is.
So
but
it's
not
convenient
like
that
any
it's
of the
blurry.
other cryptoids or Bigfoots or anything else we've seen before.
They were first spotted by a man named Jose on his front lawn in Fresno,
Yeah, look at
California.
that tall
Captured
drink of
this
water.
footage on CCTV.
Mhm.
They're reportedly
Nothing
pale,
but
slender,
legs.
and walk as though they're crawling.
A head and legs. It's literally all it is.
Since the first Fresno sighting, other people have claimed to witness the same creature in the area. Could aliens look like a pair of pants? Hey, who are we to say?
Anatomically speaking, I've never seen anything that looks like either of these figures before.
Number 9, North Carolina's Critter, 2019. North Carolina's Candid Critter social media
2019.
management got a tad more than they
Oh,
bargained
this
for
one.
when they posted
Yeah,
a
they're
picture
all
of
the
an
same
entity
ones,
caught
but
on
it's a
one of their
different video.
nighttime trail cameras with the invitation to guess the critter.
Yeah, those same ones, but different video.
I did look at it, Rick. I've been looking at it.
The group was a camera trap survey that took place in the North Carolina woodland and rural areas with the intention to capture wildlife and natural events. But this particular shot stumped them, as it was unlike anything they'd ever seen before.
His eyes look a little cloudy. Oh, those are your eyes.
Whilst skeptics were quick to point out that it was, which is intriguing in its own right. Whatever it is. 21. Over in Montana, another trail camera captured a candid photo of a creature that appears to be out of this world, and certainly out of its clothes.
Ghost-like figure that he
Out of its
captured
clothes.
brought him national attention from paranormal investigators.
The Redgate area has garnered a reputation in recent years for being somewhat of a UFO and alien sighting hotspot.
Montanans have been seeing these strange things for years. In fact, Montana ranks in the
activity that is unexplained to this day.
They just caught this thing.
At first view, it's sometimes there's a bit of overlap. In 2019, ghost hunter Mark Davies and his friends visited Kennel Vale in Cornwall, southwest England. Their camera picked up a strange silhouette moving along the bridge ahead of them.
Everybody's so afraid of their own goddamn shadow.
Davies claims that the air got cold and his back started to hurt. He insists that the video isn't a hoax, but instead depicts what some call aliens, others demons, and others watchers.
You have to pick one.
I can't. I love them all.
However, he believes that the figure was evil, so don't go rushing off to explore Kennel Vale at night. Number 6, the Glasgow Blower, 2021. This time,
That's all the same crap. We already watched it.
Yep. Definitely have.
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna look up before I seen that.
Dyatlov Pass. However chap spelled it, I don't remember how it was now.
Dyatlov Pass incident. Let's see. Oh, 30 minutes. That's a little too long. Oh, this one says, is Dyatlov Pass mystery finally solved? Worse than Dyatlov Pass. Korovina group incident. One of them
Worse
survived
than-
in the truth. Oh, shit.
Now, I can't imagine it's going to be worse than Dyatlov, however you say that pass incident.
It was 1 year ago. She started. That's like 35 minutes long, but we can skip through.
Famous Dyatlov Pass incident. Though much more obscure than the tragedy of the Dyatlov group, it is no less strange and perplexing. What exactly happened remains a mystery to this day, surrounded by eerie rumors that range from top secret state operations to the involvement of mountain spirits. And to make the story even more chilling, it has been
What's up,
recounted
Black
by
Watch?
the group's only survivor in cold-blooded detail, a grisly and mysterious tale. So what really happened that day in the mountains of South Siberia?
Siberia. Well, tell us.
Siberia.
The year is 1993. A group of students, led by
like
Lyudmila
man.
Korovina, head of a hiking club at a vocational school in Petropavlovsk, decide to embark on an ascent of Hamar Daban, a mountain range in the Republic of Buryatia in southern Siberia. The expedition, planned along a route of medium difficulty, is intended to be part of the nationwide sports tourism competition that is taking place that year. Who are the people who joined Korovina? The 23-year-old Alexander Krysin was a student at the Bauman Technical University in Moscow. He joined Lyudmila's club at the age of 12 and had dreamt of the mountains ever since. That fateful summer of 1993, he headed for Hamar Daban right after passing his university exams. The 19-year-old Denis Shvachkin ended up in Korovina's group almost by accident. He was also a member of Lyudmila's club and knew her well, but only joined the trekking group after another member was banned from going by his parents. Denis's own parents were away on vacation at the time, and he left them the following note before going. Off to the mountains, we'll be back soon. Timur Bapanov grew up in the mountains. The parents of the 15-year-old loved sports tourism and passed their passion on to their son. Tatiana Filipenko had a secretarial job at the school that housed Korovina's hiking club. The 24-year-old loved the mountains, had previously joined Korovina for several easier hikes, and was excitedly looking forward to the ascent of Hamar Daban. Like Dennis, Victoria Zelisova wasn't part of the initial group. She had previously had difficulty managing a winter hike, which was why Korovina didn't want to take her with them. However, Victoria was adamant about going to Hamar Daban and asked her mother to call Korovina and persuade her to let the 16-year-old join the group. Valentina Yutachenko, having grown up in the village and being used to the hardest and dirtiest work, displayed notable physical and mental strength. The 16-year-old had gone on hikes before and was hoping to experience the romance of the Hamar Daban range. Both Korovina and her team were skilled trekkers. Ludmila had already led hikes on the Tian Shan, the Urals, and the Altai mountains. Preparations for the ascent of Hamar Daban started 6 months in advance. Every detail of the route, every hour of the hike was elaborated. Everybody in the group loved mountain hiking and readily tested their strength. However, one thing worried the youngsters' parents and Korovina's colleagues. Every time they returned from their hikes severely exhausted. The students themselves weren't bothered by that in the least. They said that it was only normal to feel exhausted after hikes, and that the satisfaction of having completed the ascent was worth the adversities of the climb itself. Nonetheless, some grown-ups were horrified that the students were absolutely drained upon returning home and believed Korovina exposed them to overly hard conditions. Some assumed that she strictly limited the amount of food and personal belongings that the group was allowed to take. Then again, the same would be true of any trekking group leader. Experienced hikers understand that one must always carefully consider the weight of what one packs for an expedition, because a few ounces here and a few ounces there can quickly turn into several extra pounds that one will have to haul around in addition to everything else. On average, a hiker's backpack should weigh around 22 to 26 pounds. Though naturally it depends on how long and how difficult the ascent is considered to be. Seeing as Korovina's team included teenagers as well as young adults in their 20s, food and gear was distributed among backpacks based on the weight of their owners, which was why everybody was concerned with minimizing the total weight of their bags. Both the group members and their parents had said multiple times that they trusted Korovina's expertise and that the hikers always packed enough food to get them through the journey. Ludmila Korovina was the head of the Azimut Hikers Club at a vocational school in Petropavlovsk, in modern-day Kazakhstan.
Much love and life.
In 1993, she was 41 years old and one of the best-known trekking group leaders in the city. Here's how Yevgeny Olhovsky, one of the members of her club, remembers her. She knew how to unite people and create a team. She believed people and believed in them. She was able to bring out the best in people. Under her guidance, each of us could develop our abilities to the best and improve our character in all areas of life. Thanks to her, many people became great teachers and athletes, built families, learned to draw and play the guitar, became stronger and braver and better. We were all like foster children to her, and she cared about all of us. When boys went to the army, she would see them off and then pick them up once they had finished military service. Korovina was a professional hiker of international level. She had previously participated in expeditions through the western Tian-Shan, northern and circumpolar Urals, the western Sayan, the ranges of mountains Shoria and Altai, and the Karakum Desert. The ill-fated hike of 1993 was also not the first time Korovina had gone to Hamar Daban. Ludmila had a daughter, Natalia, whom she raised by herself. In 1993, she was 16 years old. That fateful August, Natalia also went on a hike. with another group that was supposed to meet Ludmila's team during the expedition. So which itinerary did Korovina's team choose? Their route began at Murino, a small settlement in the Irkutsk region on the border to Buryatia, went through the Langutaisky Pass and onto a ridge leading to summit of Han Yula, then gradually descended to the Snezhnya River along Lake Patavoye, though the village of Utilik and Lake Chortova Pass, ending at the city of Sludyanka. In total, the group had to cover 130 to 140 miles. To make things worse, the summer months that year were especially rainy. According to meteorologists, June and August saw...
This is another half hour. It's too long. Too long, unless you guys want to keep watching it.
Why don't you speed on up to it some, up to where it starts getting good? I mean, that's just, giving all their personal details there.
Plus, the way the guy's talking just kind of making me a little tired. And then what happened when they put a bunch of plastic bags on their head? Huh?
Possible reasons for the group's death, Zharov said. We're dealing with medicine and antibiotics because of her severe hypothermia. Together, they reached the city of Sludyanka. That's when the search for the rest of the team began. Their bodies were found only a month later in early September. The ill-fated slope was a horrifying sight, rescuers later recalled.
Yeah, sure does.
Almost all the victims were dressed in thin trousers. 3 lay barefoot. After a month in the open air, in an area with a lot of animals, the bodies were horribly disfigured. It was difficult for the rescuers to be in the helicopter that took the bodies to Ulan-Ude, the capital of Buryatia, where an autopsy was performed. It showed that all 6 died from hypothermia. At least that's the official story. But it seems rather questionable, especially given Valentina's recollections. Could it have been merely hypothermia when the group had, for no apparent reason, fallen into madness? 5 years after the tragedy, Vladimir Zharov, a well-known Buryat journalist and experienced traveler, decided to take a hike along that route. Here's what he had to say. A lot of things were unclear in this incident, so I decided to take the same route the team from Kazakhstan had taken to figure out what could have happened to them. I walked along the Langutai River through the Langutaisky Pass and reached the peak of Tritrans, on the slope of which the group had died. With regards to possible reasons for the group's death, Zharov said, we're dealing with a whole chain of tragic circumstances here. Most importantly, bad weather. August of 1993 was very rainy.
Yeah.
Later on, Kazakh athletes visited the group's place of death, and at first they couldn't believe it. It's the height of summer, over 80 degrees outside, and around here, there's people freezing to death. However, this is most likely what happened. Imagine cold rain pouring down day and night, clothes and tents wet. Lighting a fire on Hamar Daban is difficult, even in normal weather, because
that's when they cut holes in a tent because
here it was raining for days on end.
Why the hell would you cut a hole in a
Naturally, by the 5th of August, the team was exhausted and cold.
I think this guy's somewhat full of shit.
It turned out later that an area where one could safely spend the night and even light a fire was only a 30-minute hike away from the place where Korovina's group decided to make camp. During the autopsy, Buryat forensic experts established that all the hikers had died from hypothermia. This is how Konstantin Yugov, head of the Bureau of Forensic Medicine in...
Seems like a good story, but man,
he's too long-winded,
The way the guy is telling the story seems like he could do it a little faster.
Exactly. Not only that, but he is leaving out a lot of pertinent details, you know, like the holes cut in the tent when he said it's pouring down rain. Why would you cut holes in a tent if it's pouring down rain?
Right.
Don't that sound like
raining. I'm trying to stay dry. What should we do? Cut a hole in the tent.
Of course, let the water drain in. That'll get rid of it. It's about stupid. Up your ass with gas. I thought gas supposed to come out your ass, Travis.
Yeah. What the hell you got going on over there, man? I wonder why Travis gets weird every now and then. He's got gas going the wrong way.
And that gas, as we all know, can get painful. Have you ever been out on a date or
going the wrong way?
Have you ever been out on a date or anything and have to fart real bad, but you don't want to fart because you're on a date?
Oh yeah, who hasn't?
And that hurts, man. I mean, you get trying to hold it back and squirming everywhere.
And then you finally step away for a few minutes, and then you're like, and then you feel like that.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes, you know, when you step away, the fart goes away. And so then as soon as you get back with your date, it comes back and you need to fart again.
Maybe that's what Travis means. That's when it's up your ass with the gas.
It could be.
Yeah, no kidding. That's what it was, right? That video, the way the guy was telling the story, it's like, get to the fucking point.
He's telling about all from all the way back into kindergarten and everything. I mean, we all know they had a younger life or before life.
And they had backpacks, and they should only be between 24 and 27 pounds. And then they went camping. No shit. We kind of figured that much.
And they carried backpacks.
Wait, what's a backpack? Explain that part to us.
Did you see that one kid there? He looked like he might have weighed 85 pounds soaking wet, and his backpack was bigger than him. Sticking way up here, you know.
I've seen not just that one, but I always, because I never done camping like that, but I always see like people and they got these and it's like, dude, that backpack's bigger than you. What the? But I guess
this kid, he was small, you know, and skinny. It didn't look like he had the strength to even stand up with it on, much less carry it. But maybe I'm wrong.
You get it on, stand on, you're like, yeah.
Oh, Rink One says it comes out as a burp then. Oh, I got you. But, you know, sometimes those burps smells worse than a fart.
Oh, yeah. Be like cuddling with someone there, and then you're like, whoa, fuck.
Did you just fart out your mouth?
I kind of want to go camping now, though. We haven't been camping in a while. Camp is fun.
Yeah, and I've been noticing something here in the chat about touching the sides. What are y'all talking about touching the sides of? Oh, tent when it's raining? Yeah, it used to be that way. At least that's the way I was told it was. When I was in the Army, we'd go out, you know, in the field or whatever, and we'd have them tents. But it never rained while I was out there, so I wasn't going to touch the side of the tent to find out. I don't know if it would leak or not.
I never heard that. You touch the side of the tent.
Yeah, and it would start dripping in on you, you know, where you touched it.
Never heard that before.
Whether it actually would or not, I never had to find out because it never rained when we was out. And the weird thing about it is I was in Fort Polk, Louisiana, where it rained all the time, but it never rained when we were out in the field.
Yeah, we've been camping. Well, I know one time we went camping here a couple of years ago, and Yeah, it was definitely rain. It sucked. I want to go camping now, though. So does Pablo. Pablo loves camping.
Well, that's what y'all ought to do. You know, your next weekend, whatever, you know, go camping for the whole weekend and film the whole thing.
Yeah, last time we tried that, the video got taken down and we can't get it back. And I only lasted 16 hours and Nino went 22.
Well, split it up into 4-hour segments or however long you can do it for. Right. What is it? 5 hours?
I think it's 6. No, 8. Or no, it's 6. Yeah, it's 6, I think. Something like that. But then the hard part too is when you're camping, you got to have battery packs and be able to charge because you're doing it from your phone.
Oh yeah.
Rather than like right now from home, where only thing I got to worry about is the electricity getting shut off.
That's enough, ain't it? It is for me anyway. Going every month. I'm here to tell you right now, every month. I mean, I can't pay my electricity bill most months because I don't even get, you know, my Social Security check to the 3rd, and they're on my ass and I've talked to them about this 1,000 times. They'll be on my ass from about the 24th on to pay my bill. We're going to cut your electricity off if you don't pay your damn bill. And I called them. I said, well, you're going to have to cut it off. And I've talked to y'all about 1,000 times about this. You know, I don't even get paid to the 3rd. So, what am I going to do? I hadn't got a tree that grows money.
Damn. And the cost of electricity went up everywhere. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And you know what? When it did this last little cold spell, the month before the cold spell, my light bill was like $65. And then this month, it was almost 200. Like a cup, a little heating.
Yeah.
But it shows the cost of electricity and everything to be the same. But it's not. They charge you more for it, according to how they feel, that particular month, I guess.
It's a monopoly, for real, because our electrical bill, tripled, but we're using half of what we used to use, but it's still tripled. It's like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But who's going to stop them?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The same thing. Yeah, it shows.
It's not like I can't call the other electrical company to turn the electric on.
Yeah, in Texas, we do have other electric companies you can call.
Oh, really?
But they're just as big as crooks. It makes no difference.
You're going to get ripped either way.
Exactly.
Just like the water, too. The water, you can't put a separate meter for your irrigation. And the water isn't what costs. Well, I mean, it still costs, but it's what goes down the drain, the sewage part, what costs so much. So it's like, well, we water our lawn, so let me put a separate meter on for the irrigation. Nope, can't do that.
That don't make any sense to me. I mean, it honestly don't.
Dude, Hawaii is crooked as shit, man.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. It definitely sounds like it. You got that right, Travis Joe. I can't win. That's for damn sure.
And buffering's right too. We need to get smart with Tesla power, but that's why Tesla they swept him under the rug, because same thing, free energy. No, can't give them that. Can't give people free shit, because then politicians can't get rich.
That's right, and every crook in between.
Well, like Travis says, the lottery is up, right? Lottery. What about that? It's up, let's say it's 200 million. And then one person wins that, right? The cash buyout or takeout of that is 100 million. So another 100 million goes to the government for what?
Yeah. Because you won. Supposedly.
Right, because you won. And then on top of that, every single other person is paying taxes for how much more fucking money do they need? And
Have
what are
you
they
ever read
doing
up on
with
this?
it?
Have you ever read up on these people, Steve, that win those lotteries? They say, after about a year, if that long, after having won, they said they wish this back where they started with, because everybody they knew in the world was hitting them up for money, and life is just it's so much more complicated after becoming rich.
Well, it's because if you never had money like that and you didn't earn it, and then all of a sudden you got all this money, it's stressful.
I would imagine
and
so.
Either end up dead in prison or drug overdose, dead, or broke again because they never had that much money to begin with. They don't know it,
Oh, that would be me. I never had anywhere near that kind of money.
I would have a lot of happy friends. I know that. I'd have a lot of happy friends.
And family.
And then I'd be broke again. But no, I would invest. But everyone says that too. And then you see there's one guy in England, I remember he won, and he blew all his money on hookers and coke.
Damn, boy, he was screwing and snorting up a storm, wasn't he?
And like 2 years later, he was broke as shit, in debt. What's up, David?
Mr. Samoan, how's it going? I didn't intend for that to rhyme. It just did. But that has to be one hell of a change in lifestyle, going from being, even if you're, in what's supposed to be the middle class, well, I mean, I know you and Nina are way above that. No, I'm just kidding, Steve. But even
if you're living comfortably,
yeah, it's still a hell of a change of lifestyle. Win $100 million. Wow.
The smart lottery winners are the ones that stay anonymous and just keep living. Like the only difference is, well, I used to have $123 in my bank account. Now I got 123 million, but they don't change anything. They just keep like, okay, I'll pay this bill off, pay that bill off.
And don't tell anybody.
More bills. Right. And just keep living your life. And then now I just don't have to worry about it.
Don't tell me no lies and keep your hands to yourself. And, that's the word. And you know what? If I were to win it now, I'd be like you said. I'd be, I'd definitely be helping my family and loved ones out and all that. But I wouldn't tell them where it came from. I wouldn't say, "Hey, I just won $200 gazillion. Y'all want to run me crazy for whatever's left of my life?"
Right. Well, I definitely wouldn't say how much I won. I'd be like, I just came in with a little bit of money. But because if you put a number on anything, even if it's your closest friend in the world, you put a number, they're like, how much you win? Oh, 23 million. Oh, 23, you can give me 5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it's like, well, I won 5. Oh, you can give me 1. So you put a number on it, they're going to put a number on it. So it's like, I just came in with a little bit of money. I'm going to give you 40 grand. Well, how much you win? I came in with a little bit of money. I have 40 grand that I'm going to give you. So just shut the fuck up, take it, and be happy.
Exactly.
I would. Somebody handed me 40 grand, I'd be like, you want me a second? Never mind. Joking.
Well, see, now don't tell anybody this, Steve. I'm just telling you, so let's keep this private, okay? Just between you and me.
For $1 million? $1 million? No. 2, 3.
I certainly would, wouldn't I, Rick? I mean, fast.
Joke about that the other day. I was like, it used to be, would you sucker for $1 million? And he's like, but that was in the 90s. There's been inflation. It's like $1 million. Like that's like telling your great grandpa, would you suck it for 1,000? And he'd be like, $1,000? Hell yeah. But $1 million nowadays is like 1,000. Nah.
Back in those days, yeah, that's right. And before you know it, you could stack money up from here to the moon, and all of it put together wouldn't be worth 50 cents. Just saying.
Hey, why not? Let's just keep printing it off and giving it to other countries.
Well, of course. Wasn't it the plan all along? I doubt it was.
Then you'll own nothing and still be happy.
Well, I own very little now, so I hadn't got far to go.
Dude, one time I stayed at a hotel and I called the front desk and I was like, "Hey man, I got a leak in the sink." And the guy at the front desk said, "Go ahead."
Did you tell him you was a plumber and you could fix it? Did you tell him you was a plumber and you could fix it?
I said, "I got a leak in the sink," and he was like, "If you have to."
No, I know. You just say, "Okay, well, I'm a plumber, you know, and if anything corrodes over, I'll take care of it." Oh man, I do take that as a joke.
Back to my date. I raised Samoan.
Yeah, him and his old lady go on regular dates. I guess that's the way it's done nowadays.
I haven't been on a date in a while.
Me either. I wouldn't even know how to act on a date anymore. I would think that the woman is supposed to put her arm around me and kiss me, you know, not the other way around. Right, supposed to pick me up, pay for everything, you know.
And then put all the stress on you to have to. And then if you get turned down, it's like, "What? I just bought."
Should have went to a hooker. I hear you, Rink. No, that ain't no lie. But dating nowadays has got to be a trip. I mean, to hear all the younger people talk about dating, it's totally
I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad I don't have to do that. Oh.
Well, I guess one good thing about it, you know, if I ever do date anybody again, at least it will still be basically the same way it was when I was dating, you know, in my younger years, because I'm just an older version of the younger me. And I guess she would be too. Because I don't think I'm going to find no 30-year-old chick wants to date a 197-year-old man. You know what I'm saying?
Unless she wants something else.
Yeah. Well, she'd be very disappointed. Whatever it was. Yeah, I hear you. I need a lot of luck on that. $200 million lump sum, and they give you $120 million. That's straight for income over. I still wouldn't mind trying that 72 million, you know, just to see what it was like for a while. I might hate it too, but it'd be nice to try out.
I'll take $100,000. Screw it.
Oh, so would I.
I'd be happy with $100,000. But no, that's the thing though. It's like 200 million, and all those people pay for all those separate lottery tickets, and then you walk away with 72.
Mm-hmm.
That math.
Something ain't right in math, is it?
Right. Oh yeah, right when I said it, he took basically what I just said. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like the the lawsuit that I've got going against all these companies, you know, for the lung cancer that I had, which was caused by asbestos. I got two. I hadn't got the settlements yet. I got I had to sign off on it, but together they come to $100,000. But you can bet your ass that I won't get $100,000 anywhere near it. You know, by the time the lawyers get through and this, that, and the other get through, I'll be lucky if I get 10,000. But that's the way it always works. It don't matter if it's your paycheck, you know, from work. Or if they get through hammering your ass with taxes, and then you go do what you got to do, you know, paying this, paying that, and buying this and buying that. They're hitting your ass with taxes on everything.
Well, you call it taxes. I call it theft, but
well,
same.
Ain't that what taxes means?
That's what I thought.
No, you're right. But you can understand why these people that the government is, you know, is sending them checks to sit on their butts when they could plenty healthy to be out working, but they stay at home because they're drawing government checks. Well, why wouldn't they? I mean, that's kind of dumb, you know, to say the least. If they went to work, I mean.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute. So I can get free money, which is not free, but so wait, these other people can go bust their ass, and then you give me money, and I don't have to do nothing, or I have to go bust my ass and earn it. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna let you work your ass off, and I'll take it.
Yeah, and the ones that are working are the very ones they want to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it makes it hard for me to understand exactly how, you know, these people's minds work, because I mean, I know that after their thoughts are, you know, that after most of us are gone, they're going to be using robots and things of that nature. But what if the robots turn on them? You know, what if the robots say, I ain't working today, the hell with you? Well, you going to kill me? The robot ain't going to give a damn. I mean, it just makes no sense. Absolutely.
Yeah, it goes in politicians' pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Not just with that either. They're screwing vets left and right over everything.
No kidding. They're screwing us all, but vets have gotten a rotten end of the deal for sure. Become a transgender woman and milk the system, Ronnie. Your voice, everyone will believe it. Mm-hmm. I know it. I thought about that, Rink too, but you know, I'd have a hard time going for men. A very, very hard time. Like I've said many times, to me, all men is ugly. I mean, but ugly, including my damn self. So, every time I look in the mirror, I'm surprised it don't shatter. Robot narrative is such bullshit. Well, that's what they want. At least that's what they think they want. It's kind of like us thinking we want all the millions of dollars till we get it. You know, then we say, oh, the other life is much better. But see,
that's my thing. I never wanted to be like multi-millionaire rich. I just wanted to be comfortable. I just don't want to have to worry about it, you know?
Yeah. I think that's everybody's dream, you know, just not worrying about tomorrow, where your next meal is coming from and all that good stuff.
Right. I don't want to be like, oh, well, I'm going to buy 19 cars and own a mansion, and I don't want that shit. I just want to be like, I don't have to worry about the bills being paid. I don't have to worry about any of that shit. You know, it's like,
yeah. Well, see, you don't only just want 19 cars. You want 19 mansions, so you can park each one of those cars at a different mansion, you know, every time that you're there. But
well, I wouldn't want that anyway. Why would you want like a mansion where who's gonna clean that shit? I mean, literally, you're gonna have to hire a staff just to keep the house clean.
Well, it would have to be like Mr. Charlie, you know, and hire a maid. Give her her own personal closet. I offered myself to Neuralink as a test subject if they can DL my consciousness and put it in a robot. I wouldn't offer myself to anything that the government has anything to do with. That's just me, but no thank you.
I mean, you know how hard it is to take care of that pool?
Oh, golly, that's got to be expensive, too.
Well, actually, it's about as easy as just not having it.
Ain't you glad you got that pool, though? I mean, it's so easily to look at, and then, you know, when you don't want to deal with it, it's just gone.
Yep. And then 73 million, check back and say, excuse me, but I had all the numbers right. Excuse me, it said 200 million. This check says 73 million.
That's you misread it. You didn't read the fine print. Or something
Always
along
fine
those
print.
Mm-hmm.
Right, no kidding. The 20, 30 foot ceilings. Yeah, you got a mansion like that, you're paying $250,000 a year just to keep the house kept up.
Yeah.
And even if you're not using it, I mean, dust still gathers, all that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, dust don't bother me. I mean, you know, if I were to dust my house, I'd probably be able to fill a landfill with it. So I wouldn't have to pay for that part anyway. I remember my wife used to walk around, you know, them tiny little dust things, you know, you twirl in your hand and dust shit off with. And all it done to me was stirred the dust up.
Yeah, and a sunny day when you got the windows open and shit, all you just see is dust balls floating in the air.
Yep, exactly. Exactly right, Steve. Oh, Drew, you're talking about for the epilepsy. Okay, I got you, brother. That's what you're saying. I guess from deep last years now I'm being tested for vagus nerve. Vagus nerve. Is that the one that goes down through your stomach? Or where? I know I've heard it. I can't remember which one it is though. But yeah, you know, if you got some kind of disease or something that's, I don't know if I'd have anything like that implanted in me or not. I mean, that's just something to take a lot of thought. So like any kind of a chip or anything. I mean, I know I want the kind they're talking about implanting. I'd soon be dead, but yes, realtor on YouTube and map at the houses. Boy, if you were to look at my little old house rink, you would have one hell of a laugh. I'm here to tell you. I got a tiny little house. But for the most part, it suits me just fine.
Hey, that's all I need. A bedroom, a shitter, a kitchen, and a couch. I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm. And a roof to keep the rain off your head.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie, you saying you have more dust than Everest has yet? Pretty much, yeah, racehorse.
And Everest, shit. 28,000 pounds.
Yes, if I were to get all that dust together, I don't know how much dirt sells for nowadays, if it even sells at all. But if it sells for anything, I could make a few bucks off of it. But I have to get it from in the house outside. And therein lies the problem. I currently have one house and looking to sell it pretty damn soon too. Which I have plenty of buyers for it, but it's so hard to sell. I mean, man, I'm a procrastinator, you know. I put things, even though I know I shouldn't put it off, I can't help myself.
I'm the same way.
But I'll tell you what, it's hard for me. You know, after you've lived in, I guess we've been here 30, golly, I don't know, 25, 30 years, something like that altogether. You know, my wife and I both lived here, and then she died here. And it's just, man, it's so hard for me to sell. You big, big, fine, big ones.
Sentimental.
Exactly. Yeah. It does. A lot.
Shitter's full. I just seen that rescue is going on tonight.
Tonight? Well, he goes on at 2, don't he? Most nights. Or thereabouts.
Midnight my time, so. Let's see. Where'd it go?
It'd be 6 in the morning, right? It'd be
midnight my time before 4 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
And then 5 o'clock Eastern time, I think.
Yeah. That is right.
Oh, he's an early bird.
He certainly is.
Oh, what is this shit? What? I don't know if I can play this though. I get shut down. Like what happened with that Bob Ross one?
Oh yeah.
This guy's got over 1 million subscribers, but it's the government has secret listening posts in every major city.
Well, no shit.
I gotta watch that one.
Actually, they got a secret listening post in every city and every house. It's called a cell phone.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Literally. It's not just a coincidence that you're talking with someone about, hey, you know what? I wanted to check out that new blah, blah, blah. And then you go to like search it. You put in 2 letters and then exactly what you were talking about pops up. It's like, how the hell did I know that's what I was going to type?
Yeah. Well, not only that, you know, I don't remember what it was we were talking about on here one night, me and you. And when I went to my TV the next morning, that very damn thing was the first thing that popped up on YouTube.
Those boner pills. I was kidding.
Okay. Oh, it might have been. It could have very well been. I don't remember.
No, well, I know what you're talking about, but no, I was just being funny.
But it could have very well been that.
We were talking another time. We were talking about that. The emails. You always get these emails about.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you want to be longer and harder and strong. And it's like, I think they send those emails to every dude.
I get emails and texts about them all the time. Ben, as we mentioned it, it wouldn't surprise me if my phone don't ding here in the next few seconds. Are you getting as big as erection as you think you ought to? We'll take this. We'll fix you right up. I feel if there was a way to answer them, I would text them back because you can't answer them, you know. I would text back and say, hey, I get a bigger boner now than I ever did. Thank you.
Right.
And I don't need your pills.
Yeah, and what they send you the email from, yeah, you can't respond. You can't.
Oh, there's always a link or something to go to.
Seriously, Drew? YouTube won't show. Yeah, YouTube asshole.
Yeah, they don't like Mr. T, to say the least. Well, Garrett, speaking of that, you know, of the Speaker of the House and all, Mr. T said, I think it was yesterday, or maybe it was today, on Truth Social, that he had supported McCarthy, which I don't think he ever really did. But he said, Ben, as he failed the test, well, or failed to get the vote, maybe I will step in. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I never thought that Trump would even act like he wanted to do something like that. But according to his Truth Social post, he's considering it. Oh, I did? Well, sing it again, Rank One.
When I think about Ronnie, I touch myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, is that how it went? I think that's how it went.
I have no idea. When was she singing this? Or singing it, whichever the case may be.
I remember it, but I don't remember when it was. Yesterday seems like a week ago, so it was fun though. It was a lot of fun. I want to say, was it on? It was either no. When was that? Was that Monday, or was that on Nina's channel?
Yeah, it was Monday.
Week?
No, it was
Monday.
Monday. Oh, I mean, Monday was the last time you were on. I don't know when the song was. I didn't hear it.
But, no, I remember that, but I don't remember if it was on my channel Monday or on Nina's channel last week. Huh. Oh, it was Monday. Okay.
Well, I'm sure she was thinking of. I'm sure she was thinking of me too when she.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
I bet Rink too was sitting there going. And wishing it were true.
You money. Jizzle Stank got I had 2 emails and I think there was a comment in the comment section, and then I had 2 emails on top of that said the poop song, the parody poop song that Jizzle Stank did was the best out of all of it. So Jizzle Stank, I pinned it. The comment, yeah, I did get the comment in that, but I also had 2 emails. But Jizzle Stank won for best song of the night.
I think he did that one again last night on Chaps. Wasn't that it?
Did he? I had it playing the whole time, but I was doing a whole bunch of other shit, so I was just kind of listening in the background.
I think he done a parody of one of them. I think that was it.
Yeah, they loved the poop song. We loved the I Touch Myself song too. Dude, that whole night was fun. Was great show.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I got the least amount of copyright claims. Normally I get like 7 or 8, and I only had 4.
I bet you were disappointed as hell, wasn't you?
Oh, where's my trophy, man? I need like 10 of these things.
Absolutely. LSP says, I need to make a single. Well, go for it, Drizzle Stank.
You do, man. You got to make sure to come back this Monday on Deed's channel. Same show, different channel. You got to make sure to come back, sing it again.
Same deeds.
Same deeds.
In every way. Mr. D's. Hardest working host in the show business. Mr. D's. That song fits so well with so many things.
Three strikes. Oh, really, Drizzly? You had 3 strikes? Technically, I've had 2. But the first one I appealed it.
videos. You're doing good.
First strike I had, I appealed it and I won, so they took it away. And then the second strike, I appealed it and they're like, nah, you're not winning this one. And so far, that's it. And then Ronnie was like, that's all you got? That's all you got? Hold my beer. And in like 1 week, he was like, they shut my shit down. Beat that. He's like, True Social ain't got shit on me. This is how you get shut down on YouTube. Just tell the truth.
For damn sure. You know, if they ever do go to restoring channels for all this nonsense, I don't want to just be restored. I want at least 3 apologies. You know, and whoever else got, I think they deserve the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just think it's absolutely rotten business myself. But then, who am I? According to YouTube, absolutely nobody.
Much love and a little high, salt and light.
Absolutely. Good night, beautiful soul.
But yeah, the way I look at it is like they're just exposing themselves. The truth just keeps coming out. Like, oh, that's misinformation. That's disinformation, whatever. And you're getting penalized or whatever for it, or shut down for it. But then the truth keeps coming out that, oh no, they weren't really conspiracy theorists. They were actually telling the truth. Well, why'd you shut me down then?
Exactly.
The more you try to tell the truth, the more they try to make you quiet. So,
you know, I was looking at a scorecard the other day, Steve, and it was showing all the things that they claimed were conspiracy theories. Well, all those theories have proved to be true and real.
Yep.
So, every one of them. Weird, isn't it?
And didn't the government come up with the word conspiracy?
Oh, yeah.
To try to make people look crazy by, telling the truth?
Yes. That was a certain 3-letter agency.
Yep. That's why I look at it as a conspiracy realist, not a theorist.
Mm-hmm. And that's what it is. For the gigantic most part. Is the Earth flat? I haven't been up into space yet, Ring 2, to check it out. But if I had to guess, if I just had to guess, and if Blaine were here, I'd say flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. But Blaine ain't here, so I don't know what to say.
Well, you know what? Where I'm sitting right now, it's pretty flat.
It is here too, to be honest with you. But I still hadn't got to go up into space yet to check it out for myself. And I only trust these 2 eyes. So it could be round, it could be flat, it could be triangular. I don't know.
They did say, how did that go? Something about flattening the curve.
Oh,
no, that's something totally different. That's something.
Yeah,
totally
but it's
different.
the same thing. Yeah, that could be true. It could be. Because if you flatten the curve, don't everything come out flat?
Yep. But they were too weak to flatten the curve, though.
Yeah.
rut-row.
We know V loves this subject.
Yeah, V loves flat Earth.
She
What's
certainly
up,
does.
Truth with Tom? Oh man, every time we bring up it's so funny to me because I could care less, but it gets so much attention. I don't understand why.
It does, though.
Members all around. No, they do. And
And
notice I
V
said
got
they.
mad. Well, Rink, I watched what they called the moon landing, but the part I seen was filmed in the Nevada desert. I'll put it like that. So, whether it was the actual moon landing or not, I don't know.
See, but that's the and I'm not taking sides because, like I said, I could care less. There's bigger things for me to worry about, but that's their argument, not mine. It could be. It's round to us like a pizza pie when the moon hits the sky like a big pizza pie.
That's the moon.
It could be flat. Because what's on the dark side of the moon?
We don't know.
Roots and grass and shit growing? I don't know. I don't know because I don't care. We get so many reactions when we bring it up. It blows my mind. I love it.
Well, it's like you said, if you look at a plate, if you hold a plate up like this and look at it, it's round.
It's round.
And
right.
flat.
Yep.
If you turn it over like this, it's flat. Plain flat. So
what if it's both? Oh yeah.
It could be.
Are you a flat earther or a round earther? Both. Thank you.
I'm not going to
tell. I'll find out when I'm dead. But I'm more worried about aliens and fucking shit in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, think about how much of the ocean has not even been explored yet.
And I'm more worried about shadow people
up there. Yeah, them too, right?
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna have to put cameras inside my house now because I'm scared of them.
You might find stuff you don't want to find because see, a lot of times now, that's where these things show up at is on, the video. They don't show up in where your eyes can see them. Not all the time. But you put a video camera up, ain't no telling what you'll to find. You might even find the flat earth.
You never know.
That's right.
I agree with Willie D. Aloha, Willie D, and welcome. If it is, then what? That's literally the way I look at it. Like if it's flat or round, like whatever. Let's say it comes out tomorrow morning. Breaking news. Extra, read all about it. The earth is fill in the blank. And then what? Oh, okay. I gotta go to work.
We're still here. Something's still holding us
down. Damn, those guys were right. Or those guys were right. But then what? Nothing changes. I highly agree with you, Willie D.
Yeah, me too. Nothing would change. At least not that we could sense. I mean, how would you know? Again, you'd have to go into outer space and look back down to see if they were to come out tomorrow and say, "Sorry, folks, we've been wrong all this time. The Earth is flat." Well, all the people that think the Earth is round would say, "No, I got to go up into space to see this for myself." The same way that I feel right. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's it. Unless I see it with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm. There are good arguments for it on both sides. I'll say that. And flat earthers got some good arguments too.
That's the only interest I have in it. Is because there's good arguments on both sides.
There is. You need to.
I'm worried about what's in the freaking ocean. It's in the fucking box, man.
You need to have somebody on, Steve, that's expert in the ocean, you know, and I don't mean just the top. I mean as deep down as you can go, and somebody that's a flat earther and somebody that's a round earther, and have them all to discuss it at once. Boy, that would be a hell of a fight, wouldn't it?
That would probably go for hours. Hey, Mr. Beck from Doing Time. Aloha, brother.
There he is. I was wondering if he was going to make the time for us tonight. Ben is back from Doing Time, but he did.
Ghost, Karen Reese. Aloha. Everyone's popping in.
I think Karen's saying good night. Good night, Karen.
Oh.
Thanks for hanging out with us, girl.
Oh, Karen's been lurking the whole time. Much love and aloha, Karen. I've been missing a lot of the chat too, so I apologize.
Oh, I have too. I've definitely missed a lot of it. But I'm about to make like Karen and get out of here myself.
Me too. I just looked. I'm like 4.5 hours. What?
Damn it, it's been heavy. I was just looking at the time. I wasn't even paying attention to how long we've been on. It has been 4.5
It's been another good 1 hour show.
Yeah, fantastic 1 hour show.
Awesome.
Y'all got to admit, time went by just like that.
It went by as quick as a flat Earth and a round hemisphere.
Yeah. I can see smoke coming out of V's ears every time flat Earth is mentioned. You know we love you, V, though. That's the thing about it. That's the thing. You know the thing.
I agree with Joyful here. It's because that's why it's. Oh, let me take it back down so quick. That's why it's entertaining to me, because how involved people get with it. Because to me, it's like, is my neighbor's toilet a regular toilet or a power flush? I don't care. I don't give a shit what kind of toilet they got, unless it needs fixed. Then I kind of care. But you know, it's like, hey, Iron Senator, aloha, brother. Much love to you. Much love to you, Terry. But
Well,
you know
I
what I
remember
mean, though? To me, it's just like, it is round, flat. We'll find, we're all gonna die. That's inevitable. We'll find out then, hopefully. If not,
well, you know what? I remember when I sailed around the earth with Columbus, you know, when we was in search of the Americas and everything. And we didn't know if at that time, if I remember correctly, we thought the earth was flat. But after we sailed all the way around, we found out that it was round. And then just right before we got back home, we were told it's flat again. So we still don't know.
See? Exactly.
So it's still up in the air.
Because you were going to go off the waterfall edge, but you really just went in a big circle.
Yeah.
So you're like,
basically.
It is round. But if we would have kept going straight instead of the circle, then we would have fell off, and it's flat. It's flat. It's round
right.
flat.
That's right. But then, you know, you got to ask
round flat kind of earth.
Exactly. And then you got to ask yourself the question, well, if the water goes off the edge, well, where does it go? Because, I mean, you know, it keeps filling back up in a hurry. So if it goes off the edge.
Maybe it's one of those infinity pools.
It must be.
And they got the pumps underneath where it just keeps
pumping it right back in.
That's what it is.
It almost has to be.
That's what's underneath, all the mechanics and shit.
That's what's in the tunnels.
We got this figured out, man.
Yeah, we sure do. We ought to start our own scientific channel, don't you think? Explain all this stuff to the people that's supposed to know.
Somebody's got to figure this shit out.
Hell yeah, we just did. Y'all gonna thank us, huh?
That's great.
Columbus' most famous quote: "Back up, make a right, watch out for the edge."
That'll be our next episode. Is the we already solved the flat round issue. What do we need to figure out next?
Let's figure out was Columbus actually a man or a woman?
Yeah, but can you define what a woman is?
I can. Now the Supreme Court justice can't, but I can.
No, you can't. No one can.
I forgot to
Remember?
play. Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
We don't want to spread misinformation.
Yeah.
How dare you? If Columbus was a man or a woman, or a man or a woman trapped in a man's body, or
a woman trapped in a man's body. Which one was it?
You guys are gonna have to tune in next time to find out. We have all the answers. All the answers.
We darn sure do, and don't never forget it. Ever, never, ever. Because you see, here's the thing about Columbus. He had this, at least in the pictures I've seen, he has this, real curly, what looks like blonde hair, and he's got this funky little cap on, and he's wearing high heels and tights. But it's supposed to be a man. So, I've never seen his ass, but I'm just saying. Or her ass. Whatever the case may be.
See, that's the question. His or her.
Oh, hey, there's a good thing to figure out right up there. I just now saw that from the deal for real. You guys will never figure out why I get no action. Well, I can't even figure out why I get no action. So you're probably right there.
You're right there. I can't even figure out why I get no action. I'm going to figure out.
Oh, man. Well, I'm going to say goodnight, Steve. Thank you, brother, for.
All right. Me too, man. 4.5 hours. That was awesome. It really only felt like an hour.
Yeah, it's been fun. No doubt about it.
Yes. And don't forget about Rescue Everyone. He comes on in 2.5 hours.
Go rescue.
Rescue will rescue you from our show.
Yeah. And all our round earth solving and stuff like that. Round earth, flat earth solving.
Round, flat.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell Rescue that Steve and Ronnie sent you, and he'll take care of you. He'll be like, got a lot of work to do tonight, guys.
Give him something to talk about, won't we? You ought to send him a text saying, Rescue, here's what we talked about tonight. See if you can get everybody straightened out on this.
If you get like the Men in Black thing where you just tell them whatever you want to hear and then flash the thing and then they forget it all and they're like, okay, we're better now.
Yeah, that would work. Thank you, Joyful. Well, Steve, have a great one, brother. I love you, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, sounds good, Ronnie. I love you, brother. And everyone in chat too, Joyful. Happy birthday, Big Chat. And
absolutely.
As if it's your business stopped in. Heather Joy stopped in. Beer Drinking Aussie. I'm trying to remember all my members that came in. I wanted to shout them out. Scat Pack 2.
Oh.
Did you just come in, Scat Pack? Where'd you come from? Scat Pack did just come in. Aloha,
I think so.
See, I brought up members and then Scat Pack shows up.
Yeah.
All right. So until next time, guys, make sure everyone's subscribed to Ronnie York and RYRR channel. And what, Tuesday? Maybe.
I
we still got to
so.
confirm. But Tuesday we're or I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, well,
the interview.
Steve's basically, he was right there. Tuesday night, I'm hoping to have on a wonderful lady who's name is Deidre. That's all I'll say for right now. And she's got a pretty good story to tell about what's going on up in the great country of Canada. I ain't gonna say no more than that because, first of all, I'd give it all away. No, first of all, because I hadn't got her permission to, and second of all, because I would give it all away.
And we got to confirm.
And we got to confirm. It's 3 good reasons.
But make sure you're subscribed to RYRR and Ronnie York, both channels.
Yes, please do.
Once we confirm, it will be Tuesday, hopefully, if it's confirmed. And will be a great show. And we'll both be there.
V, I've tried to get you on 1,000 times for an interview, and I can't do it. I can't even get you to come, barely get you to come up and say hi.
Yeah, what's up with that, V?
That's what I'm saying.
Damn.
But I still love you, V. V, will you marry me? For the 1,000th time? I bet she hates my guts for saying that. But it's all done in love, V. You know that.
Wait, what's that Drizzle Stank? Oh, My Flock is Everywhere. That's a good channel. Where did you see that? My Flock is Everywhere.
Are they in the chat? They can.
That's what I was looking. I don't see them though.
I know they've been in my chat several times. My Flock is Everywhere has. And today there was let's see, dang, what was their name again today? First time I'd seen them in my chat was today. Can't remember the name, but anyway, it was along those lines. V, I hope so. I'm waiting very impatiently, but I'm waiting.
She's playing hard to get, Ronnie.
She sure, boy, she does a damn good job of playing too. She's tough, rough. Like playing against the best pro team. Absolutely, Scat Pack. Peace, and remember to dance. But dance with who brung you. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, actually, Drew, I was if you're talking about My Flock is Everywhere, I've emailed back and forth with her. So
oh, good. Well, good. I didn't know that. Great. Well, it might have been your chat that I saw her and not mine. I mean, I don't remember. I thought it was mine, but maybe I've seen them both. I don't know.
yeah, I've seen her around for a while. It's I'm gonna have to go back. See, this whole week is like a blur to me. So I think I was abducted by aliens. My brains.
They probed too deep, didn't they? V, you can test my spoon power anytime. I dare you. I double dog dare you. Darn you. Anyway, good night, guys. I'm out. I love you, Steve. See you on next one, brother.
Love you, brother. Let's see. All right, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much for hanging out. And wow, over 4.5 hours. That was awesome. Thank you. You guys all rock. And until next time, much love, much aloha. Have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. And God bless.